We're here.
Gasp.
We're here. We are here. Hello. Yeah.
Who
Hello.
has ever heard of such a thing?
Hello, world.
Happy Juneteenth, motherfuckers.
Happy freaking Juneteenth.
That's a Juneteenth.
Happy Independence Day, motherfuckers.
Yes. 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 This. All of
No
this.
one is allowed to ask me to do anything. You may ask me to do
I
that.
was about to say. It's ironically, it's also less ask and more for the game to proceed.
Yeah.
You are required to.
I think Danny just doesn't have to make any rolls this game. This is a no-roll game.
Danny succeeds, or Margot fails because she just would. I don't know.
Well,
Margot's not
gonna-
black. She doesn't
Look.
get the privileges.
She doesn't get that. What I was going to say was, okay, Danny doesn't have to roll. I will just decide
No.
what the number is.
No, Danny decide.
What?
No.
It's my Juneteenth too.
No. Hey, you're
Is it
Australian.
Juneteenth a U.S. holiday?
Yes.
Juneteenth is absolutely a U.S. holiday, but like, hey,
You don't. I will celebrate you. Like I celebrate you on this Juneteenth because I'm glad for you, and I think we're all part of the diaspora. But
I
you
just
can't
needed-
decide my roles. No,
you don't know. I might just say you succeed in every single one.
you won't do that. That's not how Fae work.
Hey, look,
Well,
you're right,
well,
but you
potentially
didn't need to
that
say
could
that
be
out
how it is today, and the next session.
Oh my god,
I missed
that's
that one.
worse. That's worse. No, you're gonna give them ideas. Don't say it again.
Say it
Please
again.
don't
Say it
repeat
again.
Please
say
don't.
it
Please
again.
don't repeat
Please,
it.
come
Thank
on.
you.
I'll just watch it back. I'll just watch it
They
back. And you know what?
said potentially I could succeed on all my roles this section and then next session.
Oh,
I just
see.
trailed off ominously.
So every roll this
Dot,
session could be
dot.
luck, and then next session, ooh.
Yeah, we find out it's not actually luck because Shawnee doesn't believe in luck.
And Margot's been murdered.
Oh no! There are much worse things. I mean.
Yeah, actually,
That's
a
true.
murder might be the kinder option.
It might be kinder,
Unfortunately.
especially for this game.
Shawnee looks down on Margot and goes, "You really think I would free you?"
Sam,
Margot
you don't
wakes
need to
up,
Say it out loud.
sees Lai and Jordan standing next to each other. Hey, fuzzy buddy.
That's not a combo you want to see together.
No, not at all.
Point in the game. That's bad. Actually, at this point,
Might actually be top of list bad combos. Like to see you wake up from unconscious. Who are the two people you would least like to see standing next to each other to explain what happened?
mm-hmm.
I think it's Jordan and Lai.
You know what? I think you're right. I think that would actually be the worst.
Yeah.
Who would it be for Lai?
The worst combination of people
To wake up to.
I mean, is there any other answer than dear old mom and dad? Like,
I was gonna say, yeah. Is it the mom and the big guy? Like, yeah.
oh no, I mean bio dad, not dead dad. Bio dad.
But
Jesus,
like,
that's worse.
I mean, I feel
yeah, fucking is.
Also, suddenly Lai is 8, and like,
I mean, not impossible.
Yeah, the thing is that we've actually done that already. Lai's already had that one.
We're gonna.
Yeah, but
so it's not that bad the second time. It can't be.
You wake up and it was all a dream. It was all a dream.
But I feel like a fun one for me to see for Lai would be wake up and it's Carmel and Tal, and they've been sitting there talking the whole time.
That's not death.
Oh, I think
that's just Tuesday.
It's not a fun surprise.
That's gonna happen. Like,
yeah,
that
is an inevitability. It's just like, which episode does it happen in?
Right. That's just like post mid-season hiatus. Like, something happens, and then Lai wakes up, and they're both there.
Oh, right.
That's part of the course. Daybreak.
I thought situation. This is the season 3 threesome. the season threesome, if you will.
The season threesome.
The season threesome.
The season threesome.
Who knows? I only play one of those characters, so
That's true.
Danny plays 2 of them, so have fun.
Gosh.
that's true. Really, it's just up to Danny how feral she wants to keep it at that point.
I have a balance
Although
in
in
my
that
brain.
scene, Shawnee would need to.
Shawnee would need to be caramel, I believe.
Boring.
How feral we want to keep it? I think that we wrote this down somewhere. It was yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
How feral? Fuckers. Feral. Fucking feral.
Fuck as.
On a scale of 1 to fucker.
Feral.
How feral?
Fuck as. Yes, thank you.
Yes. Sam, who would be the worst people?
I don't know. Like at the moment, like Rena's boss or something.
Oh,
maybe.
Yeah, that'd be bad. Yeah, that'd be bad.
Yeah, it's waking up being like, ah.
And
like not where they remember going to sleep or something, or like not being like, this is a new location as well. Like, oh no.
Go to sleep at home, wake up.
Rafe only having like 1 foot in this like bullshit they're all like ensconced in means that like in my it seems like the worst thing for Rafe would be like to have like the head of Kieran Fodrigan and Margot sitting there like having to explain to Rafe what happened.
Oh, that'd be a fun combo for anyone.
That'd be fascinating though. I'd be interested in hearing that.
Yeah.
Because there's no explanation for it, and like that's like the worst thing that can happen to you because you have no idea what the state of your life is at that point.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh shit, well Margot's here, but
oh
dear, that's the big bad, isn't it? Oh no.
And
hey,
why
you've been out for a while. We have some things to talk about.
Exactly. Hey there. Oh good, you're finally up.
You're finally awake. We have news.
We have some stuff to talk about.
Can I hit the snooze on this unconsciousness? We just
Yeah, I'd like to go back. Thanks, but I'm gonna
go back under. Thanks, no, I'm good.
Yeah, look. Yeah.
Just give Chantel time to write all this down.
Thanks.
Yeah, we'll talk amongst ourselves, Shawnee, while you just.
Well, no. I was actually thinking who would be the worst for Allison.
Jazz and Noelle.
No.
No.
No, a duplicate of herself.
Okay, but that's not plausible, right? Question mark.
She has visions.
Now, why would you say that, Phoebe? Why would you say that?
She has visions. Like, what if she goes into a vision that she...
Okay.
Like,
I missed a session.
duplicate
I don't know.
Herself. Well, no. But what I'm saying is she has visions. Like, if she's an oracle, like, what if she goes into a time period of herself where she sees her?
Oh,
and that is what she wakes up to.
It's like an infinity mirror.
Yeah,
that's mirror, but a vision.
That's the thing. Yeah, like that.
Okay, that's bad for anyone, though. To
be fair, that is bad for anyone. Hear me out. Let's make it worse. It's like Allison infinity mirror of Erised situation. So it's Allison standing next to either her mother or her aunt, and it's an infinity mirror of
not knowing which one it is either.
Yeah,
they're both just silent.
Yep.
Well, now that we're all suitably horrified,
mine was innocent. I feel like this has turned into something so much darker.
I mean, it was always that's pretty dark. Jordan and Lai is.
Yeah, but Margot's is pretty straightforward. It's just.
Yeah, no, that's because we were just talking about like casual death, as opposed to like
worst case scenario.
Worst case scenario.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay, so who's Margot's worst case scenario then?
I don't know. I don't want to think about it anymore. I pass.
I don't play this game anymore.
I don't like this question.
Mom, these kids are being mean.
I mean, for Margot,
For
Margot, it probably is that though, isn't it? Like, it is like it's the simplest. Like, easiest like common denominator. It is like
Or
you could
or
add the
wait,
big guy just to scare her a little bit if you really wanted to.
The big guy is
Oh.
so nice. I hate all this big guy slander.
The big guy is not a bad guy at all.
He tried so hard to put
Margot's
everyone at ease last session, and it didn't work
he did
even
his
once.
very fucking best. He did his true very
So-
best.
he
Yeah,
did so
that's
good.
Lai gets that from his dad, honestly.
And
Never once been reassuring, actually.
all dad wanted was and big guy said as much. It's like I'm really just here to be I'm really here like concerned for my child. Like I'm not really here in the official capacity. I'm here because I'm concerned about my kid.
And everyone
I-
said,
Margot's
just
secret.
I'm just here for my child. Did you say you're here to kill me? No. Oh my god, he's here to kill me.
Oh my god.
That's that sounds right.
Yeah.
Look, am I gonna die? Did you say die? He said it.
Let's go to the intro and jump on in.
Oh.
We're sorry, the number you have reached is not in service. Please check the number or try your call again. This is a recording.
We have returned. See, I did a countdown. That's
Thanks.
I'm
Thanks.
trying. I'm
Thanks.
trying. Last week we didn't have a Phoebe. So
I miss
how about
Phoebe.
well, they're here now. So now that all of our lives have been improved by this update, tell me, please, Margot, what you remember.
Oh boy. Shit. Death came knocking at the door first thing in the morning. First thing. Lai's dad's here. Lai's dad knows things that Lai's dad didn't know about before. Wakes us up. My dad is gone, not in the house. Very convenient timing. Thanks, Dad. So we have to have coffee with Death. Allison's scared out of her fucking mind. I'm scared out of my fucking mind. And Death is like, I'm just here to be a good dad. And we're like, cool. Yeah, sure, bud. Yeah, yeah. And Death has some questions, many questions. And we try to answer them. We did our best. And then he said we could go, and that he wasn't going to kill us. And we were like, yes. And then we yeeted ourselves out of the house to go to school.
What's the word?
It was a pretty regular day. And then Rave showed up, which was great. And then we got to talk to him and stuff. And apparently he moved out of his parents' house. And apparently the whole magical world did not know that the thing that I've been asking for this entire fucking time, which is like somebody to have written something down about monsters if we are expected to hunt them. It turns out it wasn't true. the succubi are just hiding all of the info. The succubi are acting as their own librarians. I do not know what that means. Like, it feels like that means they're going to get in trouble with everybody else at some point. Or like like over the past 1,000 years or something like that. Like it feels like if my grandma knew that the succubi had shit on them that they didn't have and the rest of them didn't have, the Fae and my grandma and a bunch of other people would be pissed. But I'm not going to tell. So Rafe took us back to his apartment because we all have him. Well, we were like, okay, so we're going now. Yeah. So they gotta.
Well, actually, Margot, you said we're going now.
Yes.
Not we
That's what I
all.
said.
You said.
Yeah, but I was
we're
driving
going now.
Yeah, but I was driving the car. So
Yes.
what I did was I turned everybody around, and we were going then. We are going now. Yes.
Yeah.
I'll just cut the second day of class.
No, we left at lunch and just didn't go back.
So yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Well,
We went to the first classes.
Yeah. And they were great and
arguably, there was time to go back. at some point.
Arguably.
Whether
Perhaps.
we did.
I mean,
Rafe doesn't have class.
It's hard to say.
we have the second half of that time.
We got checked out by a friend. We got checked out at the office. We got checked out early dismissal. It was early dismissal for independent study. So
I mean,
Rafe has a house with a hidden door, and the bouncer is the house, and we had to like do a DNA swab or something to get a library card, and then the door was there suddenly, and then we went downstairs, and it's a whole fucking magic library, but only it is a library of fuck. Just so everybody remembers, it's a library of fuck. Hear me out. It is the sordid tales and diaries of people succubi have fucked. So there's a whole lichen section, obviously. Like it's like a library on like magical like things, but as told from the perspective of like pillow talk is my understanding. Like succubi fucks a, let's say, a unicorn. I don't know. I haven't looked in the unicorn section. I don't know if there's a unicorn section. Succubi fucks a unicorn. They talk about it. The succubi writes it down and puts it in the secret library for succubi, and then they know about it for forever, and that's why they're so good at sex. Because they know the wants and inner desires of. They know things. Carnal knowledge.
We had a whole class on this in camp. It's intimacy, not sex.
Margot said.
Margot said.
Margot said.
Margot specifically said.
Margot specifically said before fucking Raphael. Margot specifically said, I heard the part where Raphael said people usually just mistake it for sex. So a lot of the times it is sex. Sometimes it's not, but a lot of the times it is.
I'm not saying a few of these books don't have like a centerfold. I'm just
saying. So
there are also articles.
So Margot,
is this something that like the participants in the intimacy are aware of? Is being documented? Because I have ethical qualms with all of this.
That's a very good question, Phoebe. Very good question.
I think Rafe described it as it's less of a secret and more of a don't ask, don't tell. It's just that people have not asked and not told. People have not asked and not told for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean, me, every time I take a lover, I say, are you going to carefully document this to put this in your fuck library that's in a secret underground building that I have to do a DNA test to get into? I do.
Do we not?
That.
I thought this was a standard.
If someone does it, there's a degree to which they have to take responsibility for not asking.
It's a part of the contract.
Succubi are big on consent, but they're also very good at getting it.
They're deal makers, aren't they?
And
which
consent.
Is persuasion.
Coercion, one might say.
Which is not consent.
They're not good. They're not.
No,
they're not necessarily like. Rafe wasn't a good person when we met.
Where's the Steambot thing that says that they're mature themes, and that we're talking about ethically dubious things here.
Like it should just say it at some point.
Hey, hey bot, tell them about the warnings. Tell them about the warnings. This is not healthy.
We got it in
Don't
the
repeat.
intro at least.
Yeah.
These are works of fiction for a reason because it's fucked up.
I mean, the big part of like just the playbook is like they're basically drug dealers.
Yeah. For powers and stuff.
Sounds like there are other things too. There's some other choice words.
Well, I mean, adding Monster of the Week did add extra lore, I guess.
We also talked about. We also had a conversation about. I remember when Rafe started playing the game. This is important, so I feel like it's an okay digression.
Okay.
I feel like when Rafe started playing the game, we talked about like Raphael specifically and the subject of consent and how it could be dubious around like when we're talking about succubi to begin with because of like the nature of what they do, and we, I think, codified that to be specific. I don't remember the specifics, but I remember us all being contented with the fact that Raphael was not regularly taking advantage of people in a way that was like.
So part of it is like just mechanically, like Rafe's abilities don't work if the other person doesn't agree.
And I think that was part of it. I think the intrinsic part of that was like, I don't know, maybe it was that we defined it as like agreeing as like actually,
I think it's
like Fey rules consenting instead of like just saying yes.
Yeah,
like whether they actually wanted it to happen.
I think it's like they have to be willing, like they have to want it. So it's like it's not worded that way, but I always just read that as enthusiastic consent.
Yeah,
enthusiastic, joyful consent, or no consent at all. Thank you.
And
the library thing does complicate that, but that is a family practice, and we all have problematic family practices, don't we?
Yeah, and the original purpose of the library was like we would really like people to not kill us.
I think we've all signed the terms and conditions without reading them when installing iTunes and other programs on our.
I do.
Did you read all of them?
Not from beginning to end. Usually they're very consistent. So once you've read one, they'll be very, very consistent. There'll be clauses that will be different based on the app that you're downloading. Anyway,
Australia's a little different though. You guys have laws about what can and can't be in those things and what they can and can't take from you. So,
however, international law means sometimes no.
There you go. It's not scary.
I'm not a lawyer. Read your terms and conditions. You never know.
It's like that being said,
sometimes they're taking your firstborn.
There is a succubus ability that Rafe doesn't have, but it exists. That is essentially like they are literally addictive.
Yeah,
and it's basically like if you provide. I think it's
who does have that one?
It's like physical pleasure. It's not even like it's just like you somehow made them feel better physically. They are now addicted to you.
Someone in this game has that. There's an NPC in the game that has that. We don't have other succubi. It's funny. Well, I mean, we have Rena, but but it turns out that we have some universe crossover. So if I remember correctly, there's a Fae walking around with that one.
Well, I mean, everyone can pinch from other places. So
yeah, there's a Fae walking around with that one.
Yeah. Who has not activated that? Let's just be clear. That has not been activated.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no one's fucked Melody yet.
And no one's talked to her for more than 5 minutes. Like,
but so many have been turned on by her.
Too.
And that's the problem.
It is. So that's Margot remembers a lot.
Anyway, yeah. Well, Margot did a lot of reading this time, so there was a lot to remember. A lot happened. Like
this is true. Sam, what does Rafe remember? And then we'll go to what the big guy remembers.
So Rafe went to. The intent was to just sort of kind of surprise Margot and Allison with the fact that they now lived locally, essentially, and go out to have lunch and catch up and whatnot.
Good buddy.
And it wasn't like mentioned the the library in the sort of sense like, oh, at some point I should show you this library thing because I intend to give you access to it, and was a little bit amused and surprised when Margot did a sudden e-brake turn.
Margot was the one that was like, books?
Yeah.
I mean, there was a point where like Allison was getting a little hot on the collar watching Margot be academic.
Yeah. She's like, my girlfriend can read. Oh, she can research.
Wait, what? She can do what?
She understands the Dewey Decimal System.
She can find a book?
Out of out of context, I will say the most surprising thing that happened last session might have been when Margot said, so how is this library organized? Like Dewey Decimal or like what? Like, and asked about different like system, like cataloging systems for libraries. Because she wanted to read a book.
She wanted to read a book. And for the first time, Allison's like, hey, don't read the book, read me. Read me. Also, I'm here.
Look at all these side rooms. We could. Oh, she's gone.
Why is she reading books? Why is she reading books? I'm right here, says Allison.
I'm right here.
So they went back to his house, and he sort of gave them a tour, and then gave them access to the secret library.
Everything you say about Raphael sounds sexual, no matter what you're saying.
None of which is a euphemism for anything else. They did a tour of his house, and he gave them access to the secret library. What?
Gave him access.
Why is there laughter in the back? What's going on?
Access all areas.
Yes, all access pass.
Yeah. And then when as Margot dived into books, Rafe and Allison
dived into what?
Was there an Oxford comma in there or not?
Yeah, that one.
What?
That sentence, the way you were phrasing that sentence started.
Yeah, was there like a period?
There's a punctuation.
Should we
a semicolon? Like
the way you
I
said
think we
it.
just need to restructure the sentence. We're gonna take it from the top, Sam. Yep. Take it from the top. Go again.
While Margot dived into the books.
Yes.
No, I disagree. I think it needs to be its own sentence of Margot Reyes dove into books. Full stop.
New paragraph.
Yeah.
Okay.
Meanwhile, addition of the word meanwhile. Raphael and Alice, Raphael and Allison.
Perfect.
There we go.
Isn't that what while is doing at the beginning of the original sentence?
No, what you're doing is connecting those two halves of sentence by saying while.
Yeah, and
whatever comes next.
Said no, that doesn't work, and it sounds too sexual.
It sounds like Margot is diving into books, Raphael and Allison, which she's done before, so we can't imply it if it's not true.
Yeah, but also it sounds a lot like while Margot dives into books, Raphael dove into like that's
no.
That's also
that's part of where I thought it was going, and
that's where I thought it was going as well.
It was like while she was doing this, the other two had a chat.
There we go. Well, I mean,
that
works.
Like it sounds like
we got to the end of the sentence.
No, we didn't arrive there quickly enough.
Didn't.
Our brains go faster than that.
There was far too much foreplay in that sentence.
There was too much foreplay in the sentence. It needed to be a quickie.
Given the context. Yeah. Given the context.
Yeah.
I'm concerned that I'm adding the innuendo unconsciously now. That's not
and our
good.
Natural like inclination toward. I mean, there are cultural lines here. We don't know where commas are placed in sentences. We keep it feral.
I mean, in that context, the whole scenario was not that amazingly feral.
No.
But Allison and Rafe sort of discussed the situation, and Rafe gave a bit of sort of an outsider's perspective on what was happening. And maybe suggested a few things that Allison hadn't considered, and that may potentially make things worse. But that's fine.
Great.
Don't worry about it.
But also might make things better.
Oh, yeah.
Optimism is something that we use here on Daybreak Prep.
No, it's not. That's a lie. That was a lie.
It's sarcasm. Sorry.
Okay, cool.
That was a lie.
Yeah.
Sarcasm.
Yeah. And what does the big guy remember?
So the big guy, having had the piece of information dropped that Allison and Margot were also present during the night that Lies shot their father, was
Dead.
sort of immediately thought of the implications of what had just been said and was like, that's not good. This whole situation is bad. Bad, and I don't know why. And so
Troubling.
went to talk to Margot and Allison, partly to get their perspective on it. And given that part of that perspective was, was actually that, I mean, that part is surprisingly useful and informative. Because it's a big difference to them being like, oh yeah, no, we made this plan and we did the thing. And if they also don't really know, that complicates things, but not necessarily in a bad way. Because ultimately someone's cheated death, but as someone who can recognize that just by looking at someone, it's irritatingly not pinging as much as you would expect.
Or as much as it should.
As much as it should. It's like someone's done it, and it's not any of these like 4 people that it should be one of them. And it's not. And that in and of itself is bad.
And what's even worse is it shouldn't be pinging at all. It shouldn't exist. It shouldn't be pinging in the first place.
Shouldn't have happened.
I feel like also like as much as the conversation with the big guy was scary and off-putting, the part that like, and I don't know, you potentially haven't even clocked it at this point, but at some point it's like the reaction that Henry had, particularly after they'd left the room. But I mean, I'm just assuming Margot can hear.
Not if she was purposefully trying not to.
Which is fair. I just make the assumption that if Margot is within like a block, you're just like, nah, she probably knows. But like the reaction that Henry had when talking to the big guy is potentially more concerning than the presence of the big guy itself.
Uh-oh.
But that's fine. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it.
Like fire, hellfire.
Oh, please, nobody's Frollo here. Please, no one Frollo. Please. Please, no Frollo. Talking about consent. No Frollo. No. Not that ass.
Maria.
No.
Of my
No.
virtue, I am just
No. Roll 2d6 for me, please.
There's a sign somewhere which like, this workplace has had no incidents of Frollo in.
Damn it, I have to change the sign.
It's like, god damn it.
Can I say I'm sorry instead and get like a +3?
What did you roll?
Don't worry about it.
Well, I
It
mean,
shouldn't matter.
it's just.
It shouldn't matter.
Is it odd or even?
Even.
Okay, you're starting.
I can't.
What?
My dog's trying to eat me. I can't.
Wellington, is this true?
You guys don't see him?
I mean,
Look at
it also looks like
surrounded by
Phoebe's being
vicious
eaten by a
animals.
cat. So, like, I don't know. Ay, ay, ay.
Like a little raptor.
These animals.
It's pet
these
time,
are-
everyone.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
we're
pet
getting.
time.
Well, I didn't know the start time, but also we're getting close to Wellington's dinner time. It's probably not wise to start with me, is what I am saying.
I see.
Pretend I rolled. I got +1 or
He
-1, and it's
hungry.
odd.
Yeah.
He's very
We'll start-
hungry.
The cat's
start-
just ate.
We will
But
start in
really
this
since I'm-
case. You know what? Fuck it. We're going to take a break now.
Oh, okay. Well, okay.
Yeah. 37
And that's
minutes
what you
in,
missed on Glee.
And that's what you missed. Let's have a break and then we'll come back and then
Yeah,
we'll...
this is like back to
This is-
the theme tune, and then you go to commercial. After you get back from the theme tune, you go to commercial. That's normal.
We got the
exactly.
we got to get the cover, like the big like Daybreak.
All right. Well, I'll play the intro again, and that'll cover that.
There you go. Yeah.
All right. We'll be back.
We're sorry, the number you have reached is not in service. Please check the number or try your call again. This is a recording.
We have returned.
Return
Returned. So,
Hello.
Harrow, Margot,
Yeah.
you've been reading some books, hey?
Still me, huh?
We took a whole break. We took a whole break.
Still me? Okay.
Still you. Still you. I don't know what you. Look, if I changed my order based on the fact that we took a break, that would just teach you that that works. I'm a psychologist and I'm a behaviorist. There's absolutely no way that I'm going to reinforce that behavior. Hey, so, uh huh, Margot, you've been
Yeah.
doing some research. What you been reading?
I specifically have wanted to look up. I mean, the first thing that came to my mind, there's like a lot. Obviously, there's a lot to know that information exists at all, and basically just like accounts of what people have said, which is the most reliable thing that anybody can get. But somebody wrote it down. Thank God. It seemed like such bullshit that wasn't the case, but like I guess it made sense anyway. So the first thing I wanted to get to, especially after our conversation with the big guy this morning, was about, I guess the more general term would be like hybrids, but really more specifically what happens after different monsters are together. But also, and this is unbeknownst to Rafe and Allison, I'm not just looking at, the psychics and their partners and lichens and their partners. I was also looking up like if there are unicorn, any mentions of like unicorn reaper hybrids, because Margot, I haven't told anybody about. I mean, it's not my secret to tell, but Lai did tell me about that thing, and in a weird roundabout way, we kind of have the same. Like, the problems have the same kind of source. It's just like, don't mix your alcohols or whatever.
That's a pretty good summary.
So yeah, I've been looking up stuff on that. I don't know what I found, but that's what I'm finding. But and Rafe told me that it's not like it's entirely likely that it's not all reliable. It's all hearsay, whatever. But it's better than the fat ass load of nothing that I had before.
Other than, it really is.
Yeah.
So you rolled a 12 because I asked you to roll before the end of session, which is an astounding success.
Thank you.
Is Margot looking at the result of mating or the actual what happens when they fuck?
Well, given the context of what this library seems to pertain to, which is what Margot was given before she was let loose to go look at whatever book she wanted, these are accounts of people having slept with succubi, and then the pillow talk that happened after, slept with or been intimate with, I should say, succubi, and then shared secrets with them afterwards. So it's kind of a both thing. So she's really looking up, like, because I mean, obviously, like none of these, yes, like succubi would be relevant, but she wouldn't start there. It would be more like anybody that was talking about their past relationships or like their lives outside of there, like, having slept with a lichen or like, slept with psychic or like, I am a reaper, like, and I've been with unicorns, but never anything like a succubi, that sort of thing would be keywords, and then the magical effects therein. So really it's just like, what's the chemical reaction when you mix A plus B? You get a liger.
So on that, what Margot would find is that if shifters, any creature that phases, if they have a child, the likelihood is that there will be expression of one or other parent. So because werewolves aren't human, they're human shaped in a
Yes.
human.
Yes.
Where cats aren't human, they're human shaped. And it's rare to see a werewolf with feline features, and it's less rare to see a werewolf with the feline mother's features in humanoid form. So you would have maybe one parent expression in human shape, one parent expression otherwise.
Otherwise?
In shifted form.
Shifted form. Oh, one parent's like I take after my mom, but only when I'm a human shift being.
Correct. So someone might have very feline movement as a human, but actually be lichen.
I see. If a cat person and the lichen were to procreate.
Yes.
Which Margot.
Cats
Ew.
and dogs, who knows? But like
Margot says ew.
Right, okay. So less unlikely to happen, but like, same thing
Anything's
for
possible.
if anything's possible. If I don't know, a lichen and a minotaur.
Correct.
If one were not in fact lunch,
minotaurs are big. Like
then several days worth of food.
Yikes. So yeah, that'd be the kind of thing that Margot was most interested in.
So that's the kind of information that would come out of that in terms of physical expression. In terms of crossbreeds, there's less on what happens when they have sex and more about whether or not they're dangerous. So
I mean, that's important. Like whatever people
exactly.
feel is important to say is what's important. Like
yes, and these crosses do exist. You've got fey lichens; they do exist. They're not too dangerous, but you want them to be more like the lichen, or they end up transactional and they end up possessive, and you want to avoid that.
No ficans.
No fiken. Or good lay.
Yeah.
Good lay.
Yeah, that's right.
Unicorn humans, they're known to have lived, and they're known to have been, in fact, on the Reyes estate. There are unicorns that live in the forest outback, and some
Margot
of
knows
them.
This. Yeah.
Yeah.
This
Margot
would
knows
corroborate what she already knows. Yeah.
Yes. They're not dangerous. They tend to be softer humans. They tend to be very giving, but a little bit zealous. Essentially, purity fetishists.
Yeah.
Would be what would be written in there. Unicorn reapers. Rumored. Someone mentions it once, but they're also rumored to be dead. It doesn't say who mentioned it. It does say that it's a rumor from a rumor from a rumor. It's pillow talk. It's a
right. Yeah, they're just talking. Is it something that? Two questions, follow-up questions. Are these pages dated? And also, did the person who was talking about it seem to have any feelings about it one way or the other?
Roll investigator mystery for me, just to see how much of that information you're going to get.
I'm good at that. Hang on, I can investigate.
Or you don't have to roll.
Does the library bonus apply?
It would be a +1, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Hell yeah. Got my handy dandy notebook over here. So I get general moves is my plus sharp. And 9.
A 9? Okay. It is dated. It's dated roughly 10, 12 years ago.
Cool. Sounds right. Sounds like my my Reaper Corn. Sounds like my Reaper Corn.
Yeah. So the mix is rumored, but also rumored to be dead. Like just everyone to do with that situation is rumored to be dead.
Also
and
tracks.
the person that they were writing about or writing all of this about essentially sums it up with good, that would be a mess. You see something like that, don't touch it. They hold your life and your death probably in their hands.
Great.
So from the succubus point of view, we live one very good life and then we're gone. Reapers can bypass that. That's no fun. That's there's no risk to that. There's no fun. And they could be more powerful and potentially addictive contract.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of the succubus gifts, that's a dangerous one.
Yeah.
So both the person writing and the person that they were talking to are both like,
terrifying.
No, thank you. In terms of psychics,
mm-hmm.
There's no real understanding of what they are.
Of course not.
They appear to bleed red. All of the information. There would be a lot of research on psychics, but all of the research on psychics would be hundreds of years old.
Yeah.
If not in heading into the 1,000. It's all very old books, very old texts, very old replications of information.
Right.
Some doubt that they're human, just human shaped. And there's no way to find out because oracles are protected unless you can bypass the lichen and get one alone to test, and good luck with that. And the test for how to figure out whether or not an oracle is human or just human shaped, you have to put them at risk. You have to put them in true danger, something that they can't escape from. And if they're just human shaped and there are no humans around, they'll turn, which is the same with all monsters, pretty much. If backed into an extreme corner and there are no humans that are going to compromise the rest of monsters, I guess, the likelihood is that they will change. It's what we saw with Margot at the end of season 1. There was no one else around. Now who cares?
All right.
So in mortal danger, what's the point of trying to hide the true form? Again, good luck, because they're protected. In terms of fucking them, it's not a rule. There's no rule. Generally, in terms of fucking anyone, there's no general rules. Lichens,
just right.
The rules just right. Lichens are more likely to have kids with lichens, and succubi are more likely to have kids with succubi, and unicorns are likely to have kids with unicorns, just because there's cultural familiarity.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easier. More likely to encounter others of your kind because you're sharing the same traits and sharing the same experiences. For no one but the Reyes-Finley combination, is there a hard and fast rule around not fucking?
Don't do it. Oh, don't do it. Oh my god.
They're not mentioned by name either. The mythical creatures are described as sleeping lichens.
Wait, what isn't mentioned by name? The Reyes and the Finleys?
Mm-hmm. The fact that they shouldn't be fucking.
But what is that? What who's referred to as a sleeping lichen?
The idea, the concept. What would happen? because due to the nature of visions, due to what that becomes, the assumption is
Right.
just like, yeah, if they did, it would become like a sleeping lichen.
Oh, I see. Like a very distracted, not in present. Like something's wrong with it. Look at it, it's broken.
Yeah, well, yeah, but also like, I mean, it's kind of the sleeping dogs situation. Let sleeping dogs lie.
Mm,
It's kind of a play on that as well.
I see.
Yeah.
Huh.
Also, there is information in here that broadly fits what Margot's read, but from a sexual perspective. So there are diagrams, there are images, and it turns out there's a spot on the back of a lichen between the shoulders that can apparently stimulate something. But
Huh. Good to know. Huh.
Succubi would know these things.
Margot goes, huh.
That's what they did. That's what it was.
Margot looks up, Raphael, you fucking bastard. You fucking cheated. Cheated at fucking.
Cheated at fucking. How dare you?
The only game that has. How dare you?
And one of the writings does explicitly note that this location that you're in must be protected at all costs due to the amount of knowledge that it holds. It's very, very important that it is protected.
Yes.
That is not a plot point. That's just really important, and it would be in every single one of these texts that you read.
The front of the book. Don't share this.
Don't tell anyone.
In front of every book, instead of the name of the library, it's don't you fucking touch this unless you're authorized. I swear to fuck.
Exactly. Sam. So that's what Margot gets with that 12. That's a lot.
Yeah, it's lots.
That's a lot. Yeah. Raphael, you told me at the end Sam told me at the end of session that Raphael would have been doing some research as well. What is what was Raphael looking for?
I mean, they weren't aware of a lot of the information that they've gained, I guess, this afternoon. But there would have been a degree of like, why does it seem like these two get a lot of focus on them? Why is it like, why are people interested in who are and more specifically at the moment, who are those people kind of thing? Like, there's a lot of like stuff going on in the shadows. There's just sort of like trying to get a better sense of doing as much as he can not to like draw a lot of attention to himself, I guess. Like that's, but like trying to get a better grasp of the situation. Because he keeps getting into a situation where people are like, it's bad, and then not really wanting to get a bit more, a clearer overview of the bad.
Of the bad in what way? What do you mean?
Well, it's like just a lot of, the list of people that, are important to him is not long, but a large number of them are now, majority of them are now caught up in something. But like, it's a little bit nebulous because it's a lot of like shadowy organizations that have been around for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And so before this point, like, it might change going forward, but like up until now, it'd probably be a degree of like trying to sort of work out who's doing what and who the major players are and why are they specifically I guess doing what they're doing.
Could you roll investigate a mystery for me, please? If this is what you're doing, unless you're using a move.
I don't think the move that I have would be currently applicable for that. So I think it is just investigate a mystery. Which is sharp? Yes. Oh, okay. Also 12.
Oh, fun. What question or questions would you like to use?
What is being concealed here?
In this location?
Well,
Or-
in terms of what he's in of what he's investigating, I guess.
So Rafe now knows that. Sorry, I'm just thinking. Rafe now knows that everything that's going on with. In fact, Rafe now knows everything. Of all of the characters in this entire game, at this point in time, Rafe is the only one that's kind of had like summarized everything, or like had a summary, at least from Allison's perspective. Okay. So what's being concealed? There's a couple of things. So the first thing is that, I mean, what's being concealed is just lack of information. You don't have everything you need, and the place that you could find it, some of it would be here, some of it is probably going to be at the school. Some of it will be with Noelle. Whether or not the big guy's involved, you don't necessarily know. What's going on with Lib, Margot, and Allison, you don't know, and it doesn't fit. There was something that you said near the end of last session, which was, okay, well, what if what you're seeing or what you're experiencing is the future and you haven't done it yet? That's probably worth looking at. Allison goes off and has a read as well. A distracted read, but a read anyway. And so alongside the what's being concealed, alongside the what's being concealed, the two of you find a small slip of paper in a book, like it's a bookmark. It's old, it's faded, it's cracked, and it talks about a time when mundane humans knew about monsters and wrapped their dead or sleeping, hoping that they'd live again. And they entombed them, and that became the modern burial practice. It also became a kink, which is why it's here. The phrase rolling in the grave means a different thing to succubi. Basically, the little death and the big death became connected at some point during that time. And people would talk about something like that as cheating death.
Troubling.
And on that slip of paper as well is just something written. And I am going to just give you all the link to this when I've finished reading it. And what it says is, what languages would Rafe learn or have passing knowledge of or take the time to engage with?
I mean, it's probably relatively eclectic because he sort of just has dealt with a lot of different people. And some of this is like growing up when he was being like, some of this information is stuff that gets taught by like the parents. So if there was particularly useful information in a particular language, you potentially would have learned enough to at least read it, I guess.
Yeah.
I
A
don't know.
jack of many tongues.
Look, you said it, not me.
I'm gonna. Would Raphael share any / all of this information?
Yeah. I don't think any, like, some of it seems vaguely alarming, but not in a way of like, I need to keep this from either of these two. Give from his perspective. Maybe that is incorrect, but
How would that sound?
probably just be like, oh, I've also been looking into some things, and here's some interesting things that seemed pertinent, but maybe mean more to you than it does to me.
Would they say that, or would they just like show him the book? Just
well, particularly because like given that some of the terminology is like, oh, that seems interesting, that there's maybe some parallels in those terminology things. So it's like,
yeah,
that kind of need to explain some of those parts, and like, particularly if it's like, this is written in a language that maybe you don't speak, so it's like having to sort of actually translate and
yeah.
But the whole point, like the whole point of like giving them access to the library is so they have this information.
Okay.
So if there's a way that Rafe can like kickstart that process.
I mean, there is, and in this game, it's called roleplay.
What? I did.
All three of you, huh?
But I did that. I rolled a 12.
I feel like an encyclopedia. I want people to do things, not me.
Hey, you started this game with, I want to tell you what you got from your research session. So,
I did. Yeah, I did.
And so you've written yourself into this particular, we're going to ask questions and you're going to answer them situation.
I know I have.
And I see that you're trying to get out of it, but but why would we make that easy for you?
You wouldn't. That's the
we're
point.
so enjoying the lore.
Well, the lore. I'm gonna need some rolls from both of you. Because I don't think this is something that Rafe would be able to translate alone. It's going to take cross-referencing.
Fine.
We're just rolling sharp, really. It's not really investigating a mystery, and Allison's going to help.
It's almost
And
like
you
you didn't forget that I took
7
away from myself.
7. Allison also got a 7.
Hang on a second.
Oh wait,
Had a
hang on. She has she got an 8. She has a +1 to sharp.
Seven.
Okay. am going to say that there are some words you simply cannot translate.
Okay.
So I'm going to copy this and put it somewhere else so I don't get confused. Okay. So what you can read is this slip of paper that doesn't have any context at all and just says, I laugh and cry as when he dies. I have robbed great death of dreaming eyes. The serpent never lies. He flees to hide the climb. There are other words in there. It's not, there are maybe 3.5 lines missing.
3.5 lines? Is that what you said?
Yeah, 3.5 lines missing.
Are they missing consecutively? Like, is it a chunk missing, or are there like 3.5 lines missing from the document? Like,
I'm gonna show you what I mean. Just need to paste this here so I don't forget what I wrote. Hey, that's important.
Shani sends it to us, and some of the lines have been changed into the Wingdings font. And those are the parts that we're not allowed to read.
This is all of the information on the session. I just put it into Discord and into my chat with Sam so that you can see it. And if you just scroll down, you'll see what's missing and where it's missing from.
Oh, I cry. I laugh and cry as he dies. I have robbed. Those long dashes are like multiple missing words, and the short one is like one missing word.
No, the long dashes is just me doing weird things. I'll get rid of that.
Oh,
the short dash is the only thing that's important there, but that's the half line missing.
That's the half line that's missing. But then there's 3 lines here. There's a whole line missing, and then 2 whole lines missing, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I see now.
Okay. That piece of paper is what you find. It's very, very old. It is very, very old. And I don't know how to.
And when we say missing, cannot be translated by the people here.
Cannot be translated by the people here.
That's a good question.
Yes,
we have other friends.
They're on the page. You simply cannot read them.
Are we aware of
language? Sorry, yeah, no.
That was my exact question.
Yeah. Raven Margot at once. What language is this?
It is similar, but not identical to Arabic.
Okay.
Is what it is.
So it's a whole different alphabet.
Mm-hmm. And it takes time to do this. Yeah, it takes time to do this. You have somehow managed to skip your day.
We're Da Vinci coding.
You're Da Vinci coding. You've skipped your day at school.
You have ADHD.
Do you have ADHD your way out of an entire day in class?
Yes.
Or
why is this a question? What's the question?
Sorry, the question. The original thing was, do you have ADHD? Never mind. I take it back. I feel like leaving that information with you and switching over to lie.
Let's go.
Because, like, we've just mentioned school. Lie is probably there.
At school?
Probably.
What's good, Death Daddy?
What's good?
Seems like they're probably at their place of employment, which is novel for them.
I was just gonna say, good for
congratulations. Good for you.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Surely, as a
Yeah.
Reaper, you're always at your place of employment.
Oh,
Well, yeah, but
And that's what Lai would argue too.
I just carry that with me everywhere. The
Yeah.
other stuff kind of.
the death comes with me.
The manager of the Vice and Virtue did not agree, is the thing.
Yeah.
My other car is a death.
Another car is a death.
So, Lai, you just had a conversation with your dad and then, like, straight
Yeah.
off to school?
So something that I thought that did not come up in the last session that I played is that conversation seems like it was probably enough to trigger Lai's darkest self. Which we
shit.
have never seen from our
No.
Sweet Baby Reaper.
No, we haven't.
We went through a whole season without triggering Lai's darkest self even one time. So much so that I didn't bother writing them one. Because the Reaper one is terrible and did not apply to them at all. No offense to whomever wrote the Reaper skin, it just does not apply to my character Suz.
Yeah.
But since for this new season I did write one adapted from the Kalaka skin, and I think they've probably been triggered. They've experienced a lot of trauma on screen as well as off, but I think this one's probably enough.
Does your dad ever trigger you so hard to become your worst possible self?
Well, in Lai's case, frequently, multiple times in their life, unfortunately.
I was gonna say, I think that happens a lot.
Yeah, it's just like the other dad this time. Then they might have thought. So yeah, I think Lai is their darkest self, but still has to go to school. So
what does that mean
I'm
for
sure
the rest of us?
No, I'm sure it's okay.
Do we get to know?
Yeah, I mean, do you want me to read my darkest self for the class?
Yeah,
Sure.
read for the class.
So this is
how amazing it is.
Slightly rewritten from, like I said, from the Kalaka skin, and it is now my iteration. Your kindness and patience are a mask. You have denied your true nature for far too long. Spent too much time teaching others not to fear death, not enough time teaching them to not fear pain. Twist your words and your teachings. Remind them how little they matter. You can only escape your darkest self when you convince someone to sacrifice themselves for the greater good.
We're letting this person teach a class of adolescents.
Yeah, which is very Lai Morrigan, as it turns out.
Lai's summer camp teachings and their combat teachings are about to have a just like a reckoning. Like I think we can, what if we just did both? I'm gonna teach all about death.
Hello, children. It's the second day of class. This is the first time you've met me. Do you fear the abyss?
Because maybe you should.
Do you ever think about darkness?
In today's class, we're learning about pain. It's a practical class.
Everyone,
it's a practical class.
Don't hold back.
Tell me what you're most afraid of when you close your eyes.
I am going to do it. So
now open your eyes. Is this it?
Oh no!
It's just a 5'11" twink with a knife standing over you. Is that your worst fear? 5'11" twink with a knife?
It should be now.
Because it's yeah.
Close your eyes. What's your worst fear? Open your eyes. You're wrong. It's me.
Yeah. Is that still your worst fear?
Yeah. Are you sure?
Are you sure? Consider.
So this is fun.
This is a great day for Lai's friends to not be at school. Great.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, great day. So Lai.
Yeah.
You go to work.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, yeah, you go to work. Your first class is in fact English.
Oh, so my first class, I am in class. Okay.
You are in class. you you're what changes about Lie's disposition? Does anything actually visually change?
No, I don't think so. If anything, there may be like vaguely less friendly, but Lie's not a tremendously friendly person anyway. So I don't think that because Lie's friends are not here today, there's no one to notice.
Well, they're in the morning, to be fair.
They're not
They're
there
in-
for first period.
They're not there
Right.
for first period, but neither is Lie because it's a free period. For all of them, it was a free period. The second
Oh,
period,
Lie gets a free period as their first one every day. That's nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
pretty much. Yeah. Well, I mean, the idea is to plan the session.
Well, yeah, it's a prep period, but
yeah, but still, it's a free
But
period
is it?
if you know what you're
But
doing.
is it? We're gonna talk about the abyss. It's
You
fine.
can work from home, or you can come in and teach people about the abyss. So, what do you do for your free period? Do you go to school, or do you do something else? Do you contact anyone? Given the conversation you just had, do you contact
If
your
there's
girlfriend or
one
your
thing
ex-girlfriend?
any of us have learned from any experience with Lie is that they only bottle things up and only internalize them. So obviously the answer is no. And Lie just
But
goes to
Is-
work. I mean, they probably do like a little bit of like actual prep and then they do go to class, but like it's Lie. They're bottling that shit up.
okay, so but I want it to be feral. I want it to be feral.
But Lie's also
Repression.
repression.
Tell you.
Repression. No. It's more a question of
This does get in the way.
it's more
I
a
can-
question of whether or not
can-
anyone messages you or contacts you, which would work the other
Yeah,
like it's
just check in with the
Totally.
girlfriends here.
like I would be surprised if Carmel wasn't just like, it was great to see you, and
I mean, I think Carmel does the same. Like when they part ways with Lie, I think they do the same. Like, you know, Carmel's probably a good night texter.
Mhm.
You know,
Is she a good night, good morning texter?
She'd be a good night, good morning texter because she wouldn't be able to
Oh.
necessarily text during the day.
yeah, but she doesn't. She doesn't like
Live Morgan. Okay.
She doesn't take offense to the fact that like
There's no
Lie
response.
doesn't always text back or doesn't text back good morning. It's usually like good morning and then like some fun fact or something that Carmel has discovered and like says
Yeah.
a thing. It's
Yeah.
like almost getting like an email a digest email at the beginning of every day.
Today's
Oh, I
fun
love
fact,
that.
Good morning. I saw some ducks on the way to while I was walking today, and I
Yeah.
stopped like that sort of thing.
Mhm.
Like a word of the day.
I would have think, yeah. Have you ever heard the word? You know,
Yeah.
So
That's
yeah,
incredible.
I think that they've done enough in their time of hanging out that that's one of the things they would have talked about, right? Like that's one of the things where it's like, I'm not really a good night. I know that I'm not really that kind of person. And Carmel's like, it's fine. It's
Mhm.
okay. As long as I'm not bothering you. Like,
Yeah. So Lai would receive a message that just says something like, I know I just saw you, but I saw this cloud and it looked like your lipstick. Your favorite black lipstick.
cylinder.
Cylinder shaped cloud.
No, open and twisted up.
Mm.
Yeah.
So a pointy cylinder.
Yes. It
Paper.
looked just like it. It looked just like it.
Very wholesome. Yeah, I think that Lai is like relieved that Carmel is texting as normal just because the last time they spoke, it wasn't like tense or anything, but Carmel was like, okay, I need to think about the things that you told me and decide how I feel about them.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And Lai was like, yeah, valid.
Yeah.
Valid.
You know.
Our relationship's over. Okay, cool. I've been broken up. I've been dumped. Cool.
Dumped, gone. Okay.
I don't think that Lai thought that. I think that Lai was like, okay, that was a conversation that we had, and there's still a kiddie pool in my living room if she decides that she has okay feelings about this. So cool.
We always have the kiddie pool.
We'll always have the kiddie pool in my living room. Until, Lai eventually takes it down, but why would they while they're together? You know what I mean?
Yes. So yeah. Does Lai reply on this one? On this occasion?
I think if Lai is like at some point has a free moment, they probably send back like a cloud emoji and a heart emoji in 2000s emoticons. If those exist, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm willing to say it does. I don't remember.
They do. We decided that we decided we were doing emojis a while ago.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know they existed. I just don't know whether those ones did. But also, like, number one, this is a world like, but not exactly identical to this reality. And I barely remember last week. So why would I remember something from the 2000s?
Totally.
Yeah. So, cool. Danny, were you going to add something to this?
What I was going to say was that Tao would probably text and say...
Tao's texting. That's weird.
Ooh.
It doesn't say much. It literally just says, hey, Coffee Wednesday.
Coffee Wednesday.
And then a second one, like 5 minutes later, not Vice and Virtue.
Lai would, again, whenever they got a free chance, it would not be right away, but shoot like a thumbs up emoji and say, give me deets.
Tao would text an address and say, we'll answer your, and then question marks. Because they had talked about the KF thing as well. And Lai had some questions, and without saying much, I think that's something that Lai would ascertain that is that. Oh, sure. And then but after that is like text an address, like don't be late. And then
don't be late.
A couple minutes later, how's the princess?
Lai would text back an LOL to the don't be late. 100% they
no, and will be, yeah.
And to how's the princess probably just texts back like a thumbs up emoji, and I don't know. I think they'd probably just text a thumbs up emoji.
Tao will text. You will get back the thumbs up emoji, and then like the little stars, the like.
Yeah.
That's what Tao will text back. And that is the end of that conversation.
Yeah.
Okay. So you head into school. Head into class.
The little rain cloud floating over your head.
With a little rain cloud. And it's raining. It wasn't a rainy day, and now it's a rainy day, but it seems to be localized.
This is a plot twist. Lai can also control the weather.
Oh God! Oh God!
Their parents getting together was a three-way. I don't know. Something got crossed.
Oh God!
Jeez, that would be a mess. What an entire Encanto mess.
The weather just like to watch.
It wasn't a cloud in the sun. Clouds.
So you get into class, and notable people in this class would be Sarah
Oh.
is in this class. Largely because she took it last year and she kind of
God bless her.
consistent. It's easy. Ren would be in this
Okay,
class.
we remember how bad her poetry was.
Oh,
Poetry was
God.
Remember
awful.
that. And that Brooke was solely responsible for getting Sarah through that class.
We're trying.
Because
but
Sarah's
also-
poetry was so bad.
And also trying to not tell her that it was bad. Oh,
yeah, just in
God.
the nicest way that Brooke possibly could.
Remember when our problems were that size? Remember when they were that size problems?
Yeah.
For like the
Yeah.
one episode. It was nice.
It was nice.
It was
I
cute.
genuinely did try to keep it low key, and y'all said no, and I said okay.
Turn it up.
So the other notable people, Ren is in this class.
Hey.
You would know, Lai, that Ren is Fae. That's a given. You'd also know that this is cover class, you know. This isn't like I particularly want to be in this class at all, particularly learning. I'm older than I look and I don't want to, like, this is absurd. Is kind of Ren's general disposition about this class.
Actually, I met the author and he didn't mean shit by what he said, but go off, I suppose.
Yeah.
That, I mean, she wouldn't be that open about it, but yes, also that's her view on it. The other person in this class would be Melody. Melody would be in this class. What?
There's 2 Fae in the class.
Yeah, 2 Fae.
Do they have a Pokemon battle? As soon as they lock eyes.
And finally in this class also would be Brooke.
Of course Brooke's going to be in this class. She's not at the school for the science.
She's an English scholar.
There's more than one English class, guys. You can't just say that. Like, there's more than one period of English being taught.
Touche. Well, Brooke's in this one.
But someone decided it was more narratively interesting / easier to handle if they were all in one class.
I just let me.
There are also guys and
administrators of the school said, "Hang on, we need to put all the the dramatic ones in the same class. We need to put all the main characters. If they have like funny hair, all the main characters need to go in the same class.
Anyone with weird hair, weird eyes, some kind of a weird disposition, put them in first period English.
Do they have an animal companion? Do they carry a large weapon?
Yeah,
just a weird sense of destiny. Like
you're all freaking right. You're all freaking right. Vasudha and Shaquilla are also in this class.
No,
good. Because why the hell not? You all made it such a good point.
No, I thought written the
admin at Daybreak Prep is incredibly genre savvy.
It's the secretary that you fucked, Raphael. How do you? Of course,
is that the same secretary that Lai talked to? Marissa? Yeah. Was it Marissa?
Marissa.
Very much.
It's Marissa.
Very much so.
Yeah.
So they're just a bunch of hot bitches in this class.
Yes. Marissa is like, I also take English sometimes.
Why she's coordinating the classes is the question. Is a real question.
Marissa? But she has a lot of work to do.
I hope they pay Marissa well.
She gets paid.
She gets paid.
Marissa gets what Marissa wants and or needs.
Marissa gets what she wants.
She's got lots of benefits.
Oh,
Marissa's a happy camper.
Good.
Marissa's
good for her.
Yeah. That what I'm not saying is that Marissa like fucks all the students. That's not ethical. No.
Well, we've had a lot of student fucking.
There's been a lot of student fucking,
or
but
accused student fucking. There's been a lot.
Sorry, Lai. You're also in English class right now and not teaching English class. You didn't tell Vasudha before she walked into this room, and Shaquilla before they walked into this room, that you wouldn't always be a teacher.
No, how's Lai supposed to know who they're going to share class with? But Lai said that they did not intend to have any relationships with anyone outside of acquaintanceships whilst at the school.
They said as a teacher, though, didn't they?
I don't know if they specified teacher.
I just think that this changes things, and it was something that Lai left out. I'm just gonna say
Well,
it.
That's up to Vasuda and Shakila how they navigate that then.
You're damn right it is.
And, you know, keep it fucking feral. Lai's just trying to go to class and not think about the fact that their dad maybe will kill them later. It's fine if he does.
Yeah.
No.
Do you ever just go into
Again,
English?
It's like that meme that's like, if I had $1 for every time this happened, I'd have $2. But it's still weird that it happened twice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not much. It's weird that it happened twice.
So, I hope now, Danny, you can understand why biology was really chill for for Margot and Allison.
All the dramatic
All
bitches are in the same room.
They're in English.
They're all
Basically,
English.
every other named character
Yeah.
at this school. We're like missing Tammy
Tammy
and Craig.
and Graham.
Graham Cracker.
Graham Cracker.
And Craig is a different character, though.
No,
Yes.
but also
Craig is also
Graham's,
But also Graham, yes.
Graham
Graham's middle
Craig
name is
and
Craig.
yeah.
So
Yes. As is crucially established. So, yeah. But
Every oth-
basically, everyone else is here today.
My
Mhm.
Hero Academia, like class 1A, is actually split between English and biology this morning. We just
Mhm.
decided to separate fucking Margot and Allison from everybody else.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
the genre savvy secretary was like, they've gone through a lot. They should have a nice, restful section of their schooling, and we're just going to put all the chaos into another class.
On the other side of the campus.
Yeah,
And
just
I think it enhances the drama if Lai is thrown into this as a student without Margot and Allison as a security blanket
Yes.
of friendship. So
Yes.
Marissa knows.
Who's letting
She's
Marissa make these
also a
decisions?
fucking psychic, I think.
Yeah.
Who?
Marissa.
She's a lesser psychic. She's like that fucking squib from Harry Potter. The neighbor, like babysitter.
I see. Right.
She's not a family,
So-
but she does
she's
know
just
some
got really
things.
tired of watching
Yeah.
like daytime soaps, and instead found it a lot more amusing to just create the drama at the school.
Honestly, respect.
Can
So-
like view the present at a short range, so you can just like watch classes and just like
There's a
Mm.
98% chance it's already raining.
Oh, very Hydra energy to me. Maybe she's a Hydra.
Ooh.
She's looking through all of our eyes. She has plans in every classroom. She identified the most dramatic bitches.
There is
Shorty
one
immediately started writing when you said that, by the way. to
They,
just-
they,
You know what I think? Is that Lai formerly was not in this English class period. They arrive like at fucking work this morning, and Marissa's like, "Oh, you've had a schedule change?"
You know what Marissa actually has no, like, because Marissa's the fucking secretary, she actually has no power over, like, technically, administrative wise. The kids do have a say in picking their own classes. What she
Yes.
can do is send you an email that says your schedule's been changed for reasons.
Oh no. She would be in charge. She is one of the people that would be in charge of getting the first draft of the schedule, and then someone else would handle it after that. But if the schedule is reasonable to that person,
Yeah.
then it doesn't matter, does it?
She just sometimes she says, like, I think, you know, it will be in your best interest if you actually took English on second period on B days. And this is what you're like, please let me know if this is okay. Like, you know, sincerely, Marissa
Mhm.
Langford. I don't know. Like,
So, Lai, you walk into English
Mhm.
and you've got Vasuda perks up immediately.
Mhm.
I don't know if Shakila is in the classroom at that time or has arrived as yet.
which one do I play again? I always get the mixed
Shakila.
up. They have three.
Yeah, you play Shakila. You play the
They're-
main
You're
one.
Shakila.
She's the
You're-
bitch. She's not.
So,
the
in
one.
fact, not only that, there are 3 Fae in this room.
What
Because Shakila's a Fae as well.
is she? Since
Yeah,
when?
yeah, they are. This has been a thing.
Since
Yeah.
This has been a thing.
when?
This has been a thing since season
It
1.
was almost a problem for Brooke, but Brooke only made very straightforward promises of like, yeah, I'll go to this party with you.
For
So it
how
was fine.
long? Okay, so this is what, because I know you guys talked about like how Brooke decided to go with Tequila to the thing. You guys had this conversation. I had no idea. Margot has
Danny,
Well, at the
Danny,
time I
I'm-
didn't know, but then I learned and I was like, oh, thank God Brooke didn't say more stupid shit to this person.
Yeah.
Danny, you have access to Shaquila's character sheet. Like
Right at the top.
Shot
Right at
me.
the top.
it just says Faye on it.
It doesn't say that in the fucking slide deck, which is what I was looking at when it was relevant.
No, because I
the slide
can't put
deck
it in
was
the slide
public.
deck because the slide deck was public. Hey,
Yeah.
It sees it. That's the only place I've ever looked. I've never looked anywhere else for like
I-
NPCs.
tell me I sent you that link, please.
Some PCs.
I did not give you that link.
You gave me no. What is going on?
Wellington is saying
Wellington is also
they've been a
fae.
fae. How could you not know they're a fae, Mom? See, Wellington agrees.
Bro, this is too many fays in one classroom.
Too
Why
many
is gonna
fays,
have
one
to
class.
transfer
What a
out just
mess.
for their own sake?
Look, it wasn't that way until you said something and it was really too fun and feral to say no to. You are muted.
Danny, you're muted.
Marissa has her own special like roster of students that go to Daybreak, and it looks a lot like Shawnee's like Notion. That has like tags for each of them. Like this one's a shapeshifter, and this one's a fae.
And this one is food for me or someone. So
I think the
Yeah,
phrase
it's
is snack,
Shaquila.
but whatever.
this is my snack. I like snacks.
It's like the what's the Minority Report one where they're sort of like moving stuff on a board with their hands, and they're just like
Yeah.
they put this list together for a class, looks at it, and go no. But on the other hand, and then this starts laughing. They're like, yeah, we'll save that. That's fine. What could go wrong? Everything. I love it.
Everything ever. So is Vasuda in the classroom? Not Vasuda. Is Shaquila in the classroom?
They both have 3-syllable names, and that's why I always get them mixed up.
I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna say it. She's walking in.
She's walking in. Vasuda's just staring. Like there's no attempt to hide that.
Shaquila will walk in and
would she?
say, "Don't tell me you're teaching this class too."
No, just observing.
Observing.
The class,
Wow.
I guess.
Somebody's got super hearing, huh?
What? I'm just listening.
And your eyes are falling out of your head. You might want to control that.
As they're talking, Lai is just like goes to find their seat. They just go to find their seat and they sit down.
I think Vasuda's probably behind Lai, and like Shaquila's eye goes from like Lai over and then around to wow.
I am just saying, if you're observing, you can sit by me if you want.
Lie from a chair they've already taken. Just I don't know if they say anything.
Just
Okay. I mean that would make sense because they would be attempting to turn you on, which would be it shut down,
do we need another announcement?
which is a 6. So they failed to do that.
They failed to turn
Shut
me
you
on
down.
/ shut me down.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean? What is a fail condition for that?
The failure to
Because
do
if you
so,
fail to turn someone on, you just are kind of awkward, basically, right?
If you
she
fail to
looks
shut
bad.
someone down, you turn them on?
No. Fail to shut
What?
someone down, you fail to shut them down. Like
I think it
you
is just also
look
awkward.
awkward. You look bad. So Vasuda reaches for the chair next to her and it grinds on the floor at the point that Lai sits down.
Do we need another announcement? Are we going to be able to stay dry during this class, or?
Lai has sat in
Sheila-
like the back corner of the classroom, and they're like just observing. Act like I'm
Lai, have you observed that you want to fuck Basuda between yesterday and today? Has something changed? You can say no. It's okay.
Shaquila, there is no need.
I couldn't agree more. And yet here you are.
Wow. Do we need to like talk? So just always in my business.
You've made your business everybody's business, darling. You see this? This is a classroom. And you, this, all of this, it's making a big impression. Maybe you can't see what you're doing, the impact that you're having on the people around you, but it's embarrassing. So
You're paying far too much attention to what I'm doing and not enough attention to yourself.
maybe you should keep it down so that the rest of us can concentrate on class.
Sounds like you have nothing better to do.
You're one to talk. You're the one so desperate you're trying to fuck a teacher. But okay, sure. Go off, I guess.
That's not desperation.
Sure.
As she says desperation, Brooke walks in.
Speaking of desperation, and you know what? Vasuda would just stop talking.
All eyes.
That's a
All
shutdown.
eyes.
That just Brooke walking in is a shutdown. For
Yeah.
As would Shaquila. Shaquila would also stop talking.
As they should. I have thoughts on Brooke right now, but that's
Who doesn't always tell me them? What are your thoughts on Brooke?
so. As Brooke walks into the room, she this semester is being very chill and keeping to herself and not making a big deal out of anything. But something about Brooke Kaufman this school year is that she well and truly is hotter than she's ever been.
Oh no.
This is the best that Brooke has ever looked. Like
Not
hair,
extra
makeup,
hot.
outfit, everything. Brooke is glowing.
Oh no.
So she's keeping to herself, but the people around her are not necessarily, because she no longer has Skylar Moore on her arm.
I was gonna say she's Brittany post conservatorship. Oh my god.
Yes.
She's living her best
So
life.
the class can do with that what they will after Brooke mysteriously disappearing partway through last school year and then coming back even
Hot
more
as
of a
fuck.
bombshell. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Does she turn the whole room on again? Is that what's happening?
She doing that? She gonna do a turn
Does
on
she
roll
turn the
for
whole
everyone?
room? Does she turn the whole room on again?
I don't. She's not trying to. Brooke is trying to keep to herself in this moment.
Give
Is
me
it
Because there's
me
a lot of people in
2d6.
this classroom who have a lot of thoughts and feelings about Brooke.
Yeah.
Is it a 90s like the main character has entered the room like
Yeah, and it's
slow motion
slow-mo.
hair
There's like a fan
toss?
blowing.
It's either
Yeah.
gonna be it's either gonna be a shutdown or a turn on for everyone.
So that's an 8 with no pluses or minuses. I don't have Brooke's character sheet.
So it
for
would be a
this season.
10 maximum. Or 10 minimum for Brooke.
Mhm.
Well, her character sheet changed whenever she went ghoul, and I think she
Yes.
might be at either 0 or a +1 now. But
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
remember what those new stats are.
Her hot was supposed to go
Her hot
down
went
because
her hot
of
went down, but I'm going to say for this moment,
In this moment,
in this moment,
the
it is a
triumphant
10.
return of Brooke Kaufman.
The triumphant return of Brooke Kaufman is hot. Or cold.
should
Does she
be.
turn on? She might turn on with cold. It's like literally I don't give a shit. Therefore,
So that is something I
that
think
is something that could happen, right? That was
she
what that
was. She has some sort of. Oh, that's what it was. She had a move that let her turn on with dark, which did give her a +2.
Yes, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
So Brooke is here.
Yeah, hi everyone, Brooke's here.
Does she
And I
sit
think-
down? Does she sit with Sarah?
Hi, Brooke.
I think that's a little bit up to Sarah.
They both,
I don't know what their relationship has been like in the interim as co-workers. I think Brooke would still be like happy to act as friends with Sarah. Like I don't think that she's avoiding Sarah.
So let me talk about Sarah a bit, and then we can figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah is a lot more confident this semester. She's more confident. She's not necessarily more knowledgeable, just more confident. She's sure of herself. She knows what's going on. She's not shy when she talks. What Brooke would know is that she heads up her own division at KF. She has been an instrumental part of, along with Rena, the entire cure. She's part of that. That's part of her work. That's part of like her. She's only like what 20, 21, but she has already done more, scientifically speaking, than most people will over the course of their whole lives. And that gives her a sense of, I did it.
As she should.
Even, yeah. Like if she decided she wanted to go anywhere in the world and do any job she wanted to do, she could. She's got that under her belt now. So she is confident. Would she have spent time with Brooke? They might have seen each other, and she wouldn't like bear a grudge or anything. Does it make Sarah more hot? Not really. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, that makes sense. I
She-
think maybe Brooke doesn't sit with Sarah. She sits in the table next to Sarah's.
Mm.
Like I'm thinking that it's probably like 2 to a table or something.
Yep.
So she sits at the table next to Sarah's, like on the side that is closer to Sarah, but not with her.
Yeah. Cool. And she would lean over and just be like, hey.
Hey.
New semester. Here we go.
Yeah, I can't say that I've missed class a whole lot, but
Gotta be done. Let's get it done. More important things to do.
there always are.
So that is Sarah.
I think, would Lai know what Brooke looks like? Because they know who she is.
They know who she is.
I guess maybe would have seen like old pictures in Margot's room if they're still up and Lai has been in her room.
Lai was at that dinner.
How can you miss the?
Hmm?
How can you miss the?
I mean, Lai, though. It's Lai.
That's fair.
Like,
But
Has
there's still...
anyone ever taken time to describe Brooke as having big old titties? Like, just is that something that someone has said to Lies? Oh yeah, and Brooke, big old titties.
Big old titties.
Big old bitties.
Tiggle bitties. Tiggle
Yeah.
bitty.
I hate it here.
You brought it up.
Yeah.
Like her bra. You brought it up.
But
mhm.
I don't think anyone has described her that way to Lie unless they have.
What Lai would recognize is that she is a ghoul. Lai would know that. That's
Yeah,
just
they can probably
that's a given.
surmise.
Yeah. Whether or not they surmise, oh, this is Brooke.
They can
Great.
probably take a guess, and then roll call for the class will be in like 4 minutes, and it will confirm. But I think they just like watch her walk to her seat, and Lai is simply observing in this class.
And once everyone's sat down, What is Ren's perspective on things?
Danny's like,
No,
oh
not
fuck,
you,
am I
Danny.
playing Ren
Is it
too?
me? Am I?
No, it's not. It can't be me.
It can't be me, right?
Right.
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 We'll talk about this. It can't
You
be
never
me.
know.
I think I joked in the chat that Ren is just a deep eye roll in human form at this point.
Human.
It was human form.
Mm.
I don't think anything that's happening at the beginning of this class has changed that. There is a degree of just like, all right, I just have to be here for the next however long. We
All
can
of
get
them,
through it.
really? All
It's
of
like,
them?
yeah, it's like the more people come in, they're like, Deborah's. This is my whole semester.
Half expecting Margot and Allison to walk in just so like a fight can
Just-
start. Like,
Yeah.
At one point, it'd be like, God, I really hope just so a fight starts and everyone just like this whole thing just has to be let out early.
Mhm.
Like, where's a Margot when you need one?
Need me a lichen, someone. There's no lichen in my tea. And just before the teacher walks
Bring
in,
out kibble.
could you repeat that? I don't think Danny heard you.
what happened?
She starts bringing kibble.
Somewhere on the other side of campus, a lichen frowns.
Just a
Somehow it cuts. Well, it's like it just cuts across to like
Yeah.
Margot talking to the big guy, being like, "I'm really worried. I'm really worried. I'm offended. I'm really worried." Wait, what was that?
Fuck, offended?
right before the teacher walks in Swish's melody.
Swishes. What a word.
Swishes, sways. And you know what? She's gonna roll to turn everyone on as well.
There's a lot of magical energy happening in this room right now.
It is
The like human students are probably like sweating profusely for some reason.
The volume in this classroom is astronomical.
I mean,
you walk in and it's just like there's no transition point. It's just like you walk in and suddenly at half mast, you leave, it goes away. And he's
The
like,
Skylar semi returns.
it's like what is someone is just walking in and out of the classroom, just being like, the fuck is
I feel like
happening?"
the new Skylar semi really is just Vasuda talking though.
Oh no!
That was something Shaquille would say, sorry.
Wow.
wow.
Oh,
She doesn't turn everyone's head the same way that Brooke did.
However,
But that semi's a little more than a semi, you know?
there's,
There's a stirring.
there's some tingles.
There are some tingles. There are some there are good vibes, as it were.
Insignificant number of people cross their legs and try and look distracted.
Yeah. Yeah.
Brooke totally
She-
gives her like an up and down, like
Oh, she returns it. She absolutely returns it.
when you're like, wow, there's someone equally as hot in the room. Okay. Respect.
Yeah.
I'd like to update my earlier answer. The worst case scenario for Margot waking up from unconsciousness is Brooke Kaufman and Melody standing over her.
Yeah.
Oh God!
That is the worst
Any
case.
reason? That one.
Any reason in any scenario, that is the worst case scenario. That's
Yeah.
what would scare Margot the most.
Wow.
Yeah, we found it. We
Oh.
found it. Yeah, that would be awful. Especially, yeah. Anyway,
Oh, God.
so yeah, she does do the look up and down.
Wow, daddy.
Brooke, is it?
Yeah, how do you know who I am?
Head girl.
Oh. Okay. Well, it's nice to meet you. Who are you?
Melody.
Melody. Cute name.
Thanks. Just try to keep on top of everything.
Damn right she does.
It's Brooke, so she's gonna say, if that's where you want me. She says it like quietly. She's not like expecting a response. She's kind of like was looking up at Melody, and as she like responds, she's like, "That's where you want me," and like kind of goes back to like looking to the front of class.
And Melody will go take a seat next to Ren, but on her way past, just says, "Whenever you have a free period." Gonna rules turn Brooke on, I guess.
Go for it, buddy.
Oh.
Oh no!
That's a
Oh,
12.
no. Oh
That's a
no!
12.
No!
When you brook the brook? What? You ever brook the brook?
You ever broke the brook?
Just in front of her.
Brooke's just something like, wait, is this what I've been doing to people? Nice.
Oh my god,
Nice.
is this what it's like? Yeah.
Is this what
Good
this
for
is?
me.
I'm a good
Good.
person. This is great.
So fuck yeah, probably that's what she's thinking. Her response is a combination of all of them, and she's just like, I don't really eat lunch, so
Oh, so you can eat me. Great.
I think Lai Morgan is in the back of the classroom, like
Live Morgan is me right now. Like,
I'm going, oh, I get it now. That's why my class is, I get it. It was actually, I got off easy.
Lai
Got
is
off easy.
thinking like, will I have time after this class concludes to swing by the front desk and ask to be moved to a different English class? Is legitimately what Lai is thinking, is like doing the mental math of like, do I have time before I need to like make sure that my class is set and students start arriving? Like,
can I have a hall pass? I
They're-
need to go to
they're
the
very
office.
much. This is Lai like, Mom, can you come pick me up? There's kids drinking alcohol
Get
here.
me.
But it's
Come get
Marissa,
me.
can you transfer me to a different English class? The students
I'm
are fucking.
scared. I'm scared.
The students are fucking at me.
This is a horny school.
Very horny school. Poor Lie. Like,
Brooke's been back on
Oh
screen for
my.
45 seconds and already has a rendezvous planned. Like,
probably in the same bathroom. Crying.
Oh god. No,
it was
Melody
the girls'
has
room
taste.
as well.
I know.
Wow. Okay, at least Melody has taste. Someone has
Melody has taste. But she sits next to Ren.
Mhm.
Brooke's embracing her bisexuality now.
Right? I mean, what does that say about Margot, though?
Brooke used to be a spaghetti straight, but then Margot really opened her eyes to the possibilities.
Well, that's what that sound meant. Okay.
God.
And to Ren, she says, "Fancy seeing you here."
Is this going to be the whole semester?
I am looking for fun. There's no need to be boring.
Some of us have more important things to do.
Want to talk to you about that later. And at that point, the teacher walks in and
Rolls hot.
the teacher walks in and rolls hot.
Jesus Christ.
No, the teacher's gonna walk in and
Not on purpose. Just that's just where the class is at. It's like, it's the next person. What's happening? No.
No, rolling to shut that shit down. The teacher
There's
rolled an
like
11.
a gym bro at the back of the classroom who's like, bro, I swear to God, I'm jumping the next person who walks through those doors.
And it's Bryce. So...
Who's Bryce?
You know Bryce, the annoying ass homeroom teacher from season 1.
Oh, that Brooke accused of fucking students? Bryce. Yes.
We
How
come
could I
full
forget?
circle, as it were.
Yeah, totally.
That's why they know to shut down the class the moment they walk in. They're like, we're not doing
Yeah.
that again.
Yep.
We've learned.
Shut that down.
Absolutely.
I saw the class list.
So he walks in and he really does just make a proclamation of, listen, I'm not fucking any students. And Li's like,
No.
oh, so this is normal. I should have added this to my intro.
This is it. But also,
Shaquila goes, wow. Someone's doing it. Rissy, now this is how you should. This is how it should be. Thank you for that. Clarity.
and the class will proceed as normal. What's being read this semester? A Midsummer Night's Dream, because why the fuck not? Hey, it seems reasonable. It seems correct.
You need the Fae representation for the Fae students.
Exactly, which we represent. And so, on that, we're going to take a break, and we will be back. Ba-ba!
Ta-da!
Hello.
Hello. So we have a series of interesting people all trying to turn each other on or turn each other off, depending on who is talking to who at any given moment.
One could say all of the interesting people conspicuously.
Not all of the interesting people. We're missing a few of them, but most of them just happen to take English and just how many English classes are they going to be? They've if you're going to split it into two groups, there are other people in the school, and these people all know each other. It makes it convenient,
Those like mini games you can have in some games where it's like there's a series of switches and each one will turn some on or turn some off, and you have to get all of them into one alignment.
Mhm.
That's this class.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you imagine everyone in this class gets turned on and goes out into the world? Can you imagine the danger that the rest of the world's in? Just from
I'm
that.
pretty sure
Like
this is.
legitimate danger.
Mhm.
I'm
Not like
pretty
haha
sure-
funny goof. Like
the rest of the
the world's
world
in peril.
is the meme of I'm in danger.
I'm in danger.
I'm reasonably certain that this exact configuration is what happens whenever all of the NPCs are off screen. Like, they're all together. When they're not with us, they're all together.
All hanging
Really,
out.
what it is, if we've just accidentally put a player character in the room, and so we
Exactly.
get to see it happen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Marissa did this to you. It wasn't an accident. Marissa did this to you.
Yeah, Marissa. I'm glad I have someone to blame. So, starting to learn A Midsummer Night's Dream, and what is Lai's understanding of Shakespeare? What's that like?
So this is something that I have never mentioned to anyone, but I do have this headcanon, which because I've made the character is just canon.
Yes.
That
it's in your head, but it's canon.
In the 4 years that Lai was in the underworld before coming back topside, being raised, I have headcanon, so I guess it's canon, that some of the underworld caretakers who helped raise them took them around to different dead people to get educated by them. So Lai learned math from renowned mathematicians, and Lai has probably talked to many famous authors who have passed.
Yes.
Because when you're Death's only child,
perks.
Who cares about rules? You just you have questions about the Iliad? Good, yeah, Homer's down there.
Yeah.
And that was how they continued their education whilst they were in the underworld, was just learning from smart dead people.
Yeah.
The ones who were not in purgatory or whatever, solitary confinement, the ones who were okay to be talking to and communicating with. So Lai probably knows a lot about Shakespeare because Lai might have talked to Shakespeare once or twice.
Yeah.
How many times where it's you go talk to them, so I'm writing an assignment and I have to talk about the imagery that you used in this, and they go, what?
Yes.
No,
That's about dicks.
Yeah.
And I slept with her, and she made me put in a line.
It's about dicks.
I was real high when I wrote that.
Or alternately, it's a cunt. I think is what Shakespeare would often say about his sonnets is,
oh yeah,
it's a cunt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And 11-year-old Lai is like, what?
Oh.
Huh?
No, I need
and
2,000 words.
The underworld caretaker is like, okay, that's enough Shakespeare. Just handed the assignment as is, kiddo.
Just, hey Bill. That's enough.
Hey.
We talked about this.
Hey Willie.
No, that's a different sonnet.
Oh, sorry. Bill, that's just, it's uncreative when everything is about cunt. It's just uncreative. Can we have?
I had a lot of words to say about them.
And they had a lot of words to say about me.
Seems like they're still talking about it, so who's really winning here?
Yeah.
Exactly. They're still reading my shit. I won.
Yeah, Lies read all the post-death sonnets.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
They probably sometimes get like the canons confused for what was published versus what
Yeah.
wasn't.
He wrote that after he died.
And like it accidentally maybe wrote about one of them that just like never saw the light of day but is in the underworld and was like got in trouble with the teacher who's like, Lie, why did you make up this poem? What the fuck?
It's beautiful, but what the fuck?
And they were
Yeah.
like, huh.
So Lai has a teacher somewhere, like a 7th grade teacher somewhere, that thinks that they are like a prodigy, a poet,
Yes.
like a poetic prodigy, and also like a cheater at assignments. Like,
Totally.
It's like they're a poetic prodigy, but also an idiot.
yeah,
Because like, why did they think they'd get away with this?
Yes. So, does Lai enjoy the class? As long as it stays on topic.
Does Lie really enjoy anything?
Good question.
darkest
But they're
self.
observing.
Observing. Is there anything they are looking at, paying attention to in this situation?
So I think as much as they're observing the class, they are also going to be observing the students, given the interesting key players. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think that Lai knows that Sarah is a higher up in KF.
Lai wouldn't know that Sarah's a
Right?
higher up, but would know that she has been implicated as a member of.
Well, but we know the last names, and we know that Swan is one of them.
Yes.
So even if I don't know for
Yes.
sure that it's Sarah,
that
I know
it's
that
Sarah.
like,
There are
it's either
ties.
her or a close relation. She is part of KF, so this is
Yes.
noteworthy.
Correct.
And then I think observing Brooke, because Lai has heard a lot about her in a lot of different contexts.
Mhm.
And then also it's like you just don't need to pay that close of attention when you know a lot about a thing, so they're not super pressed about this. You know, it's a prestigious school, but it is a science school, so this like, you know, high schoolers talking about Shakespeare is like they've been there, done that kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. So let's do a quick whip round of the room and how everyone else is responding to this class, or whether or not they're having their own conversations. Because there would be points where Bryce would be like, okay, now you break into groups and just chat
Mm-hmm.
about what you think XYZ. So we'll start with, do Vasuda and Shakila actually end up sitting together or no?
Fuck no, but they're on the
Not.
same row, so like they can see each other.
Yeah. Yeah. So what I'm going to say is,
With my newfound knowledge that Shakila is Fae, I think that Shakila will also be paying quite a bit of attention to Melody and Ren.
I mean, Shakila already would have known about Ren's existence.
Yeah, but the two of them together is interesting.
That is
Melody's new-ish because Melody came in at the end of last year.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe this is the first time they've been in the class together or had to sit together. Because presumably, yeah.
Okay. Would Shakila try to have a breakout group with either of them or with them?
No, I think she's too she is distracted by antagonizing Vasuda enough that she is not going to do that. Reasons not the least of which include I did not realize I was playing Faye until just now, and I am not prepared for her to have. I'm not prepared for her to have questions or inquiries to that nature, so she doesn't.
If that is the case, by default, she will either end up with Brooke or Vasuda.
Which is worse in
Which is
Shaquila's
worse
mind?
for Shaquila.
Which is worse?
I feel like
I feel it's definitely Brooke, right?
Vasuda is the devil you know. Because
Right.
they, as we established, are roommates on campus.
Oh my god.
Brooke is the devil
they're
you
roommates.
don't.
Yeah.
You just went on a date one time.
Yep.
Yep. And it went.
It went. Yeah.
Something happened.
Fucking went, didn't it?
You're muted, Sam.
So I am. I was about to say, it's like, given it the whole thing is between them is like it's a slow burn, enemies to lovers. Is the kicking off point because she wanted to avoid Brooke? It's like,
Honestly,
Brooke
avoiding
tried to
Brooke
avoid-
Kaufman is something that could bring people together and
Yeah.
bridge gaps. You know what I mean?
You have a
Like truly
you have
Brooke
a
helps people make
Foundational stuff.
connections.
you have-
Okay.
you have a fall for your enemy just to avoid someone you went on a date with.
Yeah.
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 Who
Yeah.
among us?
Who among us has not? Yeah. So I'm assuming Vasuda and Shaquila are in fact.
Yeah, I guess they're in a breakout group. I guess there's an odd number that means these groups of 3. Like there's one group of 2, and it's Shaquila and Vasuda. Because why not? Because why not?
There's
Why
other
not?
students in the classroom also, probably.
Yeah, but
Sure.
like,
They don't have names.
No,
They don't
they're
have names,
they're
they're
less
paying attention.
noteworthy, but
yeah.
They're food and they don't have names, so we're not talking about them.
like maybe instead of being
If you give them names, you might start
there's like
caring.
an extra person who's in the group with like Brooke and Sarah or something if they've teamed up.
A lesser
like,
lacrosse player.
The gym bro from the back of the classroom who's like, Brooke's here without Skylar. I'm gonna go sit with them.
I'm hitting it.
But it's like there's like, I can't believe we're in a group of 2, and there's this other guy being like, but I'm
So he's group of 2
Oh.
to group of 1 because the guy just couldn't stand up for himself.
Which group would Lai end up in?
I mean, does Lai get to be in one?
Lai would have to be in one. as
It's
part of the class.
unclear how intensely they are integrated into the class because they don't do the exams, but they are involved in discussion.
They're auditing.
Yes,
I
and
see.
Yes,
They are
Lai's auditing the class. To be
They are
yeah.
involved in the class, and Bryce would keep them involved in the class.
Sure. Okay.
So if they want to be part of that breakout group, part of breakout groups, they would be a part of breakout groups.
Sure. I think they would. I don't know. I feel like Lai would probably go with no names, realistically.
Yep.
Because they know that all the names are trouble.
All of the names I know are a problem.
Look, if I know your name, I automatically do not want anything to do with you.
I
No.
could see a world in which Lai does go into Brooke's group.
Mhm.
She could.
But that I mean their group is kind of full. And
We can remove someone. We can remove someone.
We can forcibly kick someone out.
Look, I'll
just
just
fix
call
them up.
Marissa. It's fine.
Marissa already agreed.
This
So-
person's been
Removed
called to
from
the
the class.
office. This person's been called to the office. Intercom pops
Marissa
on.
sees through like one of her Hydra eyes.
Yeah.
this random
And she's
student just
like-
gets black bagged.
No.
Yeah. We're gonna need an extraction team. Hey, Scott. Hey, Scott.
No, don't give him a name. Don't give him a name.
No, Scott
give
is
him a
the
name.
person who does the
Okay.
extracting.
Oh, I see. No, he can have a name.
Scott's like one of the security guards on campus.
Okay, cool.
The
So
Kerberos.
there is Lai, Sarah, and Brooke in this.
Lai
breakout group.
said, out of the frying pan into the fryer. Like, let's go.
Let's go.
Yes.
Hop in.
Uh,
They're not afraid of anything. Their darkest self. They're like, yeah, absolutely, I'm going to go in this group.
so Sarah would say, "Hi."
Hi, I'm Lai. I'm just auditing the class. I'm not like a full student, but know a lot
I
about
know.
Shakespeare, so
Are you... I thought you were a teacher.
yeah, that's why I'm not like a full participant in the class. I teach combat if either of you have that class later.
Not me. Does Brooke?
Brooke doesn't. Yeah, Brooke would have that class. I don't think she knows who Lai is at all. I don't know that she would have a way or a reason
No,
to.
she wouldn't know. But
So she's just like, yeah, I have it later, so I guess I'll see you then. Look at us, we're buddies in multiple classes. They're like, yeah. I'll see you then.
yeah.
And then like taps the, like opens up the page and like taps the passage they're talking about or whatever, and they talk about the passage.
And it's all about the work.
Yeah,
Okay.
Lai's definitely not trying to chat in this moment. I think they're like,
I'm not here to make friends.
They want to see how they interact and like what, just like get more of a feel for like their personalities. But Lai is not a chit chatter really.
Yeah. I am going to skip forward to the end of class. Unless anything significant happens or it could happen in here. Okay, cool. Bryce gives out homework because that's the job. And as the bell goes and people are starting to leave the room, Melody stops Ren and says, "Do you have time now?"
Fine. What do you want?
Not here.
Sort of gestures vaguely, like, all right, where?
Does Lai follow? Does this raise any interest at all for Lai?
I don't think Lai's gonna stalk students.
No.
Because I think that they are also in like a position of, yes, they're kind of at the school to like be observing and like kind of feel things out and get a gauge for who knows what about KF and threats and all of that stuff. But they do have the added layer of being a teacher. They like can't seem or get too involved like too quickly. It kind of does have to be more like students coming to them or inside of class time. So I think it's just kind of noting in their mind like who's talking and who is having like what relationships. And that's about the extent.
They do also know Ren. Just putting that into the mix. But Melody would just lead Ren out of the classroom. Whether Lai hears all of the rest of the conversation or not, Sam and I are going to play it out because I feel like some of it might be relevant.
So depending on how late or early the class gets out for the period, Lai could potentially like turn invisible and like follow to eavesdrop. But I don't know that they're like thinking about doing that.
Yeah, no. And I don't want to push that it's happening. They would just start walking and talking is more the thing. And it's
Makes
lunchtime.
sense.
So they all walk and talk because it doesn't make sense. You're not going to find a quiet place in this school that no one is 100% going to eavesdrop or listen to. Better to move. But Melody does start walking uber casually and say, I'm surprised you're here.
Now I could say the same about you.
Well, I'm only here because apparently you're not doing your job.
Now who says that?
Say who?
Who?
The court.
Which job I'm not supposed to be doing now?
I don't know why you follow her around, but you should know better. And they shouldn't be a thing.
Seems like that's their business. Make a cute couple.
Ren, is it? This time?
Sorry, what?
Ren this time, is it?
I
That's
don't
the name you're
understand.
using?
Right. Sorry. I was like, am I missing part of this question? Yeah. Good as any other.
I suppose. How have things been?
Well, busy. So many duties.
Heard about that too. I feel like some are more important than others, though.
Well, you know how it is. Got to do what you promised to do.
And what did you promise to do?
Ren just like smiles and winks. That'd be telling now, wouldn't it?
Out of... Oh, I don't know if it's respect. It's not respect, but it's the closest word I can think of in this language. Out of respect for what we had, I am going to tell you that whatever you're planning, whatever you've been doing, whatever you are doing, I can't let it keep happening.
Well, I guess that's a bit of a shame. I like you, Melody, I do. I wouldn't want us to be on opposite sides of something. But if that's where you're putting yourself...
I'm not putting myself anywhere. I'm telling you, you should be on this side. You should know better. It shouldn't take long, I don't think. They're both very messy.
I've been doing what I've been doing for a while now. So, out of respect to what we once had, you're amazingly wrong.
We'll see. I'd rather they weren't addicted to me, but if I have to, then I'll have to. Better that. You know this is wrong.
I know people think it's wrong.
Come on. I'm a little surprised, I suppose. At this. What you're doing. What you're allowing, I suppose. Did you have a hand in it?
They didn't need assistance from me.
Then I'll give them some assistance myself.
I'm sure you think that'll work out well, but you might want to be careful.
Sure. I'll be careful, and that will be the end of it, and the realm is happy, safe.
I don't even think it's just going to be them. A lot more people involved, a lot more interested parties.
What, they're trying to keep them together?
That have a vested interest and might not like interference.
Not from a high school teenager.
I don't think you have as many people fooled as you think you do. And that being said, I don't think I do either.
Well, I'm not going to let it continue, so you can either help me or stay out of my way.
And if I don't like those options,
Well, honestly, I didn't expect that one. She leans in. I thought you always liked to help.
wow.
And she's going to roll to turn someone on. That's an 11.
I think you're confusing business and pleasure.
There is absolutely nothing in the job description that says business cannot be pleasurable.
Never said there. Never said there wasn't.
With a 9. What happens? What happens with a 9?
I would either give you a string or choose the reaction of I give myself to you, I promise something, or get embarrassed and act awkward.
Except she rolled an 11. My goodness. So
then both.
She gets a string anyway, but what's the response?
Probably get embarrassed and act awkward. So yeah, saying confusing business pleasure doesn't have the conviction, I guess, that Ren was hoping it would have. And then, upon realizing that, kind of lost their footing in that conversation, just sort of says quite quietly, "Sometimes you have to keep a promise."
Well, hope that promise doesn't get you killed.
Well, been keeping it for a while and it hasn't yet.
Well, in that case, good luck to you. And she gives Ren a look of, I suppose, disdain, mild disgust, and wanders off to find some lunch. So, wherever Brooke is, she's just headed in that direction.
The meaning was clear.
It was, yeah.
Yeah,
It was
good.
all implied pretty good.
It's very clear. Yeah.
There wasn't subtext. It wasn't. They weren't
Yeah, it
being
was just-
subtle
it was
about it. They
just
weren't being
text.
coy.
It was just text. It was just text.
Yeah.
I think Brooke has probably gone to lunch, but just isn't eating.
Right. Oh, no, we can't hear you.
Might have pulled the mic or
You
something.
pulled a plug, pulled a mic button. No.
Knock a cord or something.
Perhaps.
Phoebe, come back. Let me all on me. Baby, come back.
Phoebe. No. I can't hear you. Where are you?
If you'd like to make a call, please hang up and
You're
try again.
gonna come back? You'll come back. Okay. While things get steamy for Brooke,
Lord.
which if it happens has implications for sex moves. We'll come back to that. That's stressful for me.
Yeah, thanks for that. Thank you.
Yeah. Upon learning all of these things, Margot and Rafe and Allison. It is afternoon. Mid-afternoon. Your last class is in session.
Oops.
You're gonna go to your last class, which is etiquette.
Fuck no.
Margot, no. Etiquette? No.
I was like,
the library will be here later. It's not like a time-sensitive thing.
Yeah, but also etiquette will be there later. Etiquette's
Will it?
not going anywhere.
There's only so much semester.
There's only so much patience too, I think, and that's where Margot's at on it. There is no secret. Margot Reyes hates etiquette class.
Margot Reyes does hate etiquette class.
Just like her
We
mother
wouldn't
before
mind
her.
speaking.
Can you hear me now?
Yay!
We got you back.
Good. Okay.
Yay! TV came back.
If you could not, I would have been out of ideas. So I'm glad you can.
Yes.
Understood.
So when there is nothing written in that book, because I didn't really think about it, for what happens when a ghoul and a fae have sex.
Yeah, and you know, how do we define sex?
We talked about this. It's
you know.
okay. Wait. We had to have a conversation about this because we were talking about the connection thing. So Shani and I had to have a conversation about this off screen.
We
and
did have
it
to have a
is
conversation about this.
now
God.
the like codified definition of sex in this universe for the procking of sex moves
Okay.
is mutual. Wait, a thing that something that feels good that you're both doing on purpose that like could result in an orgasm.
Okay.
Yes.
If the result could be an orgasm and both people were like on it,
Are like into it, then it's sex.
that's sex.
Got it.
It's not
Okay.
restricted to like penetrative or like. or-
Well, sure.
Like yeah, it's that. If the result
Yeah.
could be an orgasm, then
Well, don't mind me. I'm just scrolling to see what the ghoul's sex move is. Oh, you just create a new hunger. That's right. We knew that. Brooke just gets progressively weirder.
Meanwhile, actually, I'm gonna need to know what that hunger is.
Yeah, I
Oh,
haven't
shit.
written her hungers for this season yet.
It might be just
Uh-oh.
hunger for fae.
oh no, there's 3 in her English class. Oh no.
Yeah.
Like, or hungry for magic. Tasty magic.
Monsters.
Well, that could potentially be fulfilled, like even at
That fae booty?
KF at work for her. Because there's totally magic at KF, so that could be one that
Yeah.
doesn't get her into too much trouble.
Exactly.
I mean, it's Brooke, so
Yeah,
relevant,
it is.
but-
It's broke though.
So, is it?
Is it?
TOS? What's going on here?
That's what happened in my head. My question is, do they both end up naked?
No, I don't think they're butt naked in the school.
Really?
Who would even do that?
Really?
No, I think it's just like pull down your pants.
Yeah.
Maybe pull up your shirt, but it's not like clothes are off the body fully.
Low wall territory, if you will. Low wall.
And low wall territory. And is it a reciprocal experience?
So that's
Doing such a good job.
a valid
I'm doing my best. Jill.
question.
I'm doing my best.
Because historically, as I previously mentioned, Brooke has been a spaghetti straight.
Yes. Yes,
Which
she
for
has.
those playing at home is straight until you're hot. Because it's like spaghetti.
Wet.
Yeah,
straight till you're hot and wet.
Yeah.
So I think that Brooke does not have a wealth of experience. But if there's one thing that we do know about Brooke Kaufman, it is that she is a throat goat. So I think that there are some skills which are transferable.
She's got so many transferable skills.
And she has a lot of transferable skills from her previous experience.
Mhm.
And so I think that she figures it out pretty quickly. And Melody did say she wanted to be lunch. So I think that like she might not be a throat goat for Melody yet, but I think she shows a lot of promise.
Is
She
there
does confirm.
enthusiasm on Brooke's part about this just because like Melody is so hot? Because it seems like this would be like the barrier for Brooke, the like previous spaghetti straight. Like this particular
There's words I
lunchtime
can't say
meal.
on stream.
this particular
I've been working so hard, and
you guys are working
But-
harder than we worked all
But
of
yes,
season 1.
what
Yes.
I would say is that Brooke is also not only a throat goat, but a noted enthusiast for the arrival at the end of the experience
Okay.
and the
So-
things that come with it. The things that come with it.
the things that
So,
come with it.
yes.
Yeah.
So
I
everyone
think
comes.
that is what
Everyone arrives.
sometimes you're a little bit intimidated, but you're like, no, I'm gonna win.
It's worth it.
And
But it's
so
worth it.
you figure it out. And I think
Okay.
that is what Brooke has done. And because truly when Brooke wants something, she's never once been stopped.
It's true.
I think the
Undefeated.
only thing that has successfully stopped her is Margot Reyes, and that is because
Yeah.
Brooke respects her too much. Outside of being a sexual object. So,
undefeated. Otherwise undefeated.
yeah. Otherwise,
Otherwise
truly
undefeated.
undefeated.
So, Brooke is going to gain the condition addicted.
No.
Sure. That's fine for her.
No.
What else is new?
No.
Addicted specifically to Melody.
Mhm.
Do it.
She has that kind of personality, you know?
She does. She does.
Makes sense for her. I'm not surprised.
It does. With no
Fascinating.
Skylar around, she's got to do. It's got to be somebody, right?
She has to put that energy
It's got to go
at
somewhere.
something. Yeah.
But because they didn't end up naked, Melody's sex move does not proc.
Interesting.
Does the Fae move rely on nudity?
It does.
It does. when you
the
lie
Fae
naked
sex
with
move? Can you
another.
read it?
When you lie
Oh.
naked with
Yeah.
another, you can ask them for a promise. If they refuse, take 2 strings on them. So Melody
Yeah,
would have been
Brooke is
trying
a
to get
pro
them.
at the quickie. She does not need to get
Yeah.
naked for that shit.
Melody did not expect a quickie. She did.
I mean,
she
you
just
know,
simply did not.
It can only be so quick when it's your first time.
Yeah.
But you know, going down.
So it's a it's a quick dip. Like,
You should ever take a little dip.
go
No,
down,
so
back
this
up,
is
and
okay.
down.
This is a funny aside that again, TOS. I'm gonna have to.
Go for it.
Whenever the last time I was getting a piercing, the piercer was talking about how when they have pierced people with nose rings, they've had people literally ask them, how long is it safe before I can...
Right.
And the thing that she said was go snorkeling. And I thought that was so funny. that was like the wording that she used.
That's incredible.
With her clients to be like, no, you've just had your nose pierced. You cannot go snorkeling
I love that.
for like 3 months. You got
Oof.
to keep it clean in there. And that some people have obviously found this to be a very difficult time period that they've had to wait.
That's
But so that was why in my mind the visual was like, you know, you just go snorkeling.
if you enjoy your ocean time, going snorkeling, not going snorkeling for 3 months, like that would mess
Exactly.
Carmel up for a start, you know?
I think it would a lot of us. And so
Not really sleeping with the fishes, but you know.
Why is sleeping with the fish?
yeah.
Just one fish,
Ah.
but still, that's very fun and funny. That's
Yeah.
fun and
It's
funny
funny.
and funky and
As
fresh.
Death
Fun.
sleeping with the fishes, it's
Yes.
very,
It's very good.
Yeah.
It's very accurate.
Lars just having lunch and then starts laughing to themselves. It's like, oh yeah, nah.
They totally do. They're just like, huh. They get out their phone and they text that to Carmel.
sleeping with the fishes.
I don't get it.
Yeah, it's a turn of phrase she hasn't heard. So then they have to text
No.
a longer one explaining what sleeping with the fishes means and where that turn of phrase came from and how it means death. And then
And how they have to watch The Godfather now. Like,
Okay, but only after we've seen 102 Dalmatians.
I have watched 3 Disney movies for you. I think it's my turn to pick.
You wanted to watch Hercules.
It's true.
I agreed to watch Hercules.
It's a 7 out of 10 for accuracy.
7 out of 10. Why does it feel like you say that like it's an ad?
It's a 7 out of 10 for accuracy.
It's like it's on the poster.
Yeah.
That's like one of the
7 out of 10
quotes
for
instead of like amazing, stunning, never been done, innovative. It's just 7 of 10 for accuracy, quoted to death itself.
At the underworld cinema.
That's what my dad said about it. It's like, you seen Hercules? Yeah, 7 out of 10 for accuracy.
The big guy.
The big guy is like,
The underworld gets movies, I'm sure. They just have to be advertised slightly differently.
We love it. So, okay. Even without
recently, they recently got a blockbuster.
Yeah.
And we're going to take that moment to return to the others, because that's a hectic class of people, all of whom are probably having an orgy now somewhere. I don't know.
We're thinking about it,
or they're just angry with each other.
They can do both.
And thinking about it. Yeah.
Yeah. How is this information going to be are you going to share all this information amongst yourselves?
Margot would probably be very quiet early on, which obviously is what gave Rafe and Allison the time to chat.
Yes.
But when she comes back, save for the information that pertains specifically to Lie, I think she would be pretty open to, like, if asked, share what she's found. She's not going to like say, hey guys, look at this, just because that's not really her personality, especially not that anybody would know what her personality as a researcher is, but yeah, she
pushes glasses up on her nose.
She's
well, I think you'll find
glasses that you've never seen before.
Mm-hmm. And never since, because they're not real.
I'll be right back.
Wait, she's just going to get. All right.
Wait, really?
Oh wait, you're actually going.
She's going to get a glass. Okay. Oh, actually, while we're waiting for that new information, how much of that did Lie hear?
I would say probably like the first half, and enough to glean that like they have some sort of past relationship and Ren's up to something, but that's something that Lie basically already knows. So I think just that.
Now we have a studious Lycan.
So cute.
So cute. So fake. Right back at ya. I'm not wearing mine. Where are mine? They're there. Allison would just sort of wander over and sit on the table. Because
somehow find a reason to be touching Margot. Yeah.
Yeah, just sit on the table. What you've been busy. What have you found?
Margot goes, huh? Oh, a lot. And she kind of like gestures towards like a notebook that's above. There's a stack of books, there's the book she's reading, and then there's a notebook that's like above it, like over here, top right. So from where Allison's sitting, just by where her right hand would fall.
Right.
Yeah. She goes, you got to keep these connected if you're gonna like actually figure anything out. But that's probably pretty obvious. Nobody has much to say about us, except that'd be buck wild if it happened, wouldn't it? That's like it's gonna
What, us?
and something about a sleeping lichen. Yeah,
Sleeping lichen?
I don't know. I don't really get it yet, but
Weird.
you know how people are. You guys find anything interesting?
A little bit. Just that thing, the text, and I guess just weird little things, really.
What do you mean?
I'm if I'm entirely honest, I was a little distracted.
Why? What happened?
She points at the notebook, the books.
Margot goes, I told you I could read.
I knew you could read. I just didn't know you.
I can write too, as you can see.
I know you can write. Your handwriting is atrocious.
Wow, rude.
I'm just surprised, is all.
What are you surprised about? Use
I
your
guess
words.
your interest. I've never seen it before.
Just because I don't show it like everybody else does doesn't mean I don't care.
Fair?
It's not like anybody else was giving me this information. I didn't think this existed. This is what I've been asking for this whole time. Why wouldn't I be interested?
A load of sex books from
Yeah, there's some good pictures in here. So, I mean, I read the words too, but you know, if you want to be less, like, I guess, surprised or less aghast, I can pretty much just like, she takes one of the books, like, kind of like flips over one of the books and then opens one of the larger ones and goes, I can just start looking at the, you know, like the diagrams or whatever, if that's
No, please.
less confusing.
Okay.
Margot's like giving her like a grin, like she's giving her like a. It's the you do like Krabby Patties, don't you, Squidward? That's the face she's doing.
The face.
Rafe, just like the mention, like the one, just like, you know, if you do this to a werewolf, Rafe looks like, sees that book, picks it up, and hands it to Allison and just is like, case you ever, case you ever need one up on her, and just like,
even just that fast, Margot is going to like mark the page with her middle finger, pluck it out of Allison's hands, like as Rafe is handing it to her, and goes and looks at Rafe and goes, she doesn't need any more power.
What do you mean?
And she's gonna lean on the book and just.
And,
sorry, buddy.
I'll tell you later.
Rafe has some, I guess, occupational knowledge that I didn't know about. There is a whole lichen section over there. They were not joking.
Right. I'll have to browse.
Some of the rumors are true. Not all of them. Raphael.
I'll have to browse later.
Don't worry about it. It's not important. You do it. You do enough.
Why do enough when you could do more?
When I'm finished with this, I will follow up on that for sure.
Every character's just rolling to turn someone on at this point. Yeah. That's Allison's like, I said what I said. That's a 13.
Oh God. What's a book? How do you shut your girlfriend down like nicely, like in a way that says like later? Absolutely. Like,
I mean, you promise yourself to her, and that, and
yeah, she
hope
says.
she stops.
She says, like I said, when I'm done with this, we'll get to that.
Good to know. Good to know. I look forward to it.
Yeah, I know.
We have missed a lot of class.
It's not the first time.
Are we gonna get in trouble?
We are not currently getting caught fucking in a physics classroom, so
You know what?
anybody asks, tell them the truth. I left school to go to the library. Who's gonna
Believe
question
you. Oh.
I unmuted to say the same thing. All love and respect.
All love, no respect.
Margot's just gonna put her glasses back on, go back to her book.
Oh.
All right. I'm gonna roll to keep my cool. Actually,
Oh, okay. Yep.
like, come on, like,
What? Wait.
lay off, y'all. Yeah, she's very cool. I knew that she would be, but she's very cool about it. That is an 11.
An 11.
And
okay.
it's actually a 12 because it's +1 because she's doing it to protect Allison's feelings.
Whoa. Really now?
Yeah, she's not really annoyed, but it's just sort of like, it's one of those little things where it's like, somebody you love does something that is like ever like so slightly like hit you the wrong way, but they don't mean it like that, and you're like choosing not to respond. You're choosing to be thoughtful about your response. Like, that's what she's doing.
Right.
And she's doing that because she cares about Allison. So I feel like that applies the +1.
I see. So she's protecting Allison's
by not
emotions.
Snapping out of character, like, like blowing it out of proportion, blowing a gentle jibe out of proportion.
On a 10 up, you do keep your cool and you gain insights. You can ask the MC a question about the situation and take one forward to acting on it.
Does Allison really, really think that I'm that much like this? Like, is she really? Scale of 1 to 10. How surprised is Allison that Margot is like actually investing herself in like research? It's not about shock. It's about like, is she genuinely surprised? Because I think that might actually like sting a bit more.
It's less surprise, and it is more. Oh no, it's a little bit of surprise. There's surprise, but it's not surprise because she doesn't think that Margot is capable of looking things up. It's more the fact that
it's triggering a kink.
I mean, yes and no, but also the fact of the matter is that Alison and Margot haven't really spoken about any of this. Like, they haven't really talked about the fact that any of this is happening.
Here's the
Or
thing. You're telling me the I mean, I guess since this is me like talking to you, you can explain that. But and that makes sense to all of us. However, Margot, I mean, I guess insight is different than like reading the
Insight is
connection that
different.
they have. Then
Yes.
because it would be like she's only gonna get the emotion of that, which is like, yeah, she's genuinely surprised. Like,
Yeah.
ouch.
She's genuinely surprised, but the insight that Margot's getting is, oh shit, we really haven't actually talked about any of this shit.
Oh yeah, so it's more like a realization of like, yeah, this just isn't like a thing that she's seen you do.
And not only that, they've largely avoided talking about specifically the things that Margot has been taking books out about.
Oh yeah, there's that too.
They haven't talked about any of that. They've avoided talking about like the implications of what happens when werewolf fucks an oracle. Like, they haven't discussed it actively.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And so that's where her surprise is coming from, of like, you're actually like, I didn't think you cared about this.
Oh, so it is like important to you. Okay.
Yeah, basically. Like, I thought we weren't talking about it because you didn't care about it, but we're not talking about it because you do care about it. You just don't want to talk about it.
It's not even that. And I think to that what was the last thing that was actually said? She said, "Oh yeah, who would believe you?" She said, like I said, just because I don't show it like everybody else doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It's got a lot going on up there.
I know.
I know you know. Just felt kind of shitty and hopeless before now. So what's the point if we're never going to learn anything? Except people going, no, don't do it. Now there's a chance we might get some answers. It's nice.
Yeah. Did you find anything that says, no, don't do it?
I mean, kind of, yeah. I mean, it's just, you know, it just doesn't. There's a rule. And the thing about the sleeping lichens, and it's not like it's most people listen, so we don't really get to this point. But there were a couple of close calls, it sounds like.
And we didn't get those.
No, I mean, like Finley's and Reyes in the past, close calls, but never in an us. We are kind of a perfect storm. How about that? Nobody knows why. Or nobody knows what happens, just that it shouldn't. But I'm working, I'm going backwards chronologically, so maybe I'm just not there yet. I don't know.
How far back have you gone?
I jumped back a couple decades and then like tried like this one. How far back does this library goes back centuries, right? I'm asking. This is me, Danielle, asking this.
Millennia.
Yeah.
So yeah, like this one's from the 17th century, I think. But I got really like I got caught up because I saw that somebody said something here like sometime in the 90s and then a little bit before that. So I just started going back just very, very carefully. But eventually I feel like I'm going to get back. Maybe I'll get back to why. But it's not like it's a direct source. It's just like, luckily, lots of lichens, fuck lots of succubi.
Wow.
Just for fun.
What Rafe? I think Rafe is like, and this is sort of reflecting on the role we did at the very beginning, is like looking at what Margot's already done, and then sort of like going and getting like specific books and like opening them up and like finding various. So it's a lot of like snippets. And then, as you know, just sort of pipes up, over a long enough time period, succubus like fuck a lot of people.
But then, about like this.
I like, because of all the little snippets that we've gotten before from the roles before, there's a lot of like key phrases keep coming up, and it's just like sort of highlighting that, or it's like, particularly after the conversation with Allison about what was happening in the conversation with the big guy. Like there's a specific reference to cheating death. And talking about, the little death and the big death becoming a little blurred.
Shit. That's not something that Margot would have put together, really. She kind of had those ideas separate in her head.
and combining that with maybe lichens and psychics shouldn't do this.
I mean, it's not like people know, and like to which Margot will say, like, it's not like there's a whole lot in here about what psychics can do by themselves. Nobody knows shit about you guys because we've always been around. Just to make sure. I mean, that's literally what it says. Like, it says, like, good luck getting past the guard dog.
Why aren't there more of us? Never really.
Psychics or books about you guys here?
Psychics, I guess. Or books about us here. Both. Either.
Brave kind of said it, but it looks like the reason why I think there's not a whole lot of books here because it's only there'd have to be a psychic fucking succubi. They're kind of cataloged by like each instance kind of gets its own sort of, and then they're subcategorized. So the less it happens, the less books there are. So,
you're right. Like, of the little information there is, it's very, very old, and then it just stops. So there was something happening, and it just cuts off.
So there's a point. We're looking for 2 points. It sounds like there's a point where they figure out that specifically us, that's important. I can't stress that enough. They don't say our names, but unless there are other ones, like I don't know shit about other psychics. I only know about Finley's, but specifically, the ones with the guard dogs. These are the ones, like we have a rule. It's not like all Lycans have a rule. You and me specifically have a rule. That we had one rule and we broke it.
We had one rule and we broke it.
Well, they left us alone for a little bit too long, but
they shouldn't have walked out the room.
They should not have left. But yeah, so we're looking for, I guess, whoever made that rule or a time from before it was made to sort of like triangulate that. And the point when succubi and psychics stop fucking around. It's
not just succubi. Like, there's no, like, second-hand accounts stop as well. Third-hand accounts stop. Accounts stop.
So you're saying nobody's fucking psychics?
Or at least they're not talking about it, which was not the case before.
Yeah, maybe it's. I mean, that kind of. I mean, that would explain why there aren't more. If you wanted to put it in the simplest possible terms, like
Okay.
it's just
So
a smaller family tree.
great. Come from a family of prudes.
I didn't say that. Maybe you guys are just. I mean, hopefully not like inbreeding or anything like that, but like,
Oh God.
I mean, you're too hot to be inbred. I don't think. Yeah, it's fine. I think you're fine on that. But like, I mean, either that or humans, or the only people that were fucking psychics were people that weren't fucking succubi. I don't know. Sato, is there anybody else that you guys just like stay away from as a rule?
Furies. You said furies.
I say that simultaneously.
Yeah, it was weird.
It's a moment of just like, oh,
Furies.
furies. We don't deal with furies.
Did Allison and Rafe say that, or did Shawnee and Sam say that?
I think Allison definitely said it. Yeah.
I think Rafe and Allison said it at the same time. They're both just like, oh, furies.
Okay. I don't know anything about those. This is my
I was
only
just
library.
I mean, we were just talking about that. Like, Succubi learned not to deal with furies because, despite the fact that on the surface they seem like a real easy mark, like they're very trusting. The moment they think that they're being poorly treated or betrayed, they turn and they will fucking kill you.
Huh.
Melt
Never
your
heard that
brain
before.
set your ass on fire with their mind kind of stuff.
Never heard that before. Margot looks up at Allison. Are you sure you're not half fury?
Me?
I'm just saying you should think about it. Maybe talk to your dad.
That's not a bad point. Like I said, the library not exactly a secret, but people not talking about it. And if you don't talk about it long enough, people forget. But there was a time when they may have known, and if they knew, and they knew that if you had to avoid that information getting to a succubus, you'd want to use a fury.
Yep.
So if there was an active step, it might not just be lichens. It might also be furies that got involved.
So,
do we know any furies?
I don't know.
Think they got any secret libraries? I mean, I don't know. Like, we didn't stay at camp for long enough to find out, did we?
Not at camp long enough, and
could have been our gym teacher. Who the fuck knows?
No, he was a ghoul.
No, not him. I think it was just there for me. I'm not sure. I don't want to talk about him.
Oh. I don't know if I want to be a fury. So
I think you're just a psychic, baby. I'm just saying that, like, I don't know. And Margot's gonna like reach over her book and scrawl the word "furies?" ? Like across several lines at the bottom of her page, so that, and like underline it so that she like knows to go back to it. And she's like, I mean, that sounds like part of it. It's a mixture of time, who's not talking to who, what species doesn't fuck with what species or fuck what species, and rumors, I guess. I mean, maybe it's not that there are less of you. Maybe you're just really good at hiding.
Maybe.
I mean, who would be better at hiding than somebody that could see you coming?
Do you know why did the Reyes start protecting the Finleys?
I just know it was a promise that we made a long time ago. I actually don't. And Margaret's like thinking back to her. She's thinking back to the stuff she got from her mom. She kind of leans back in her chair and she's like, no, it's another one of those things where it doesn't say why, it just says that it happened, you know? And it's just like, this is the way it's always been. It's no different than human history. It's just, some of the shit's just lost.
But
I just
clearly
know that-
not. No, sorry.
No. What?
Well, clearly, it's not that it's always been that way. There was a deal made. You said promised. You don't make a deal and promise and arrange that kind of situation unless there is something that you need to be protected from.
I mean, it kind of seems like people don't. There's not a whole lot of trust there. Like, I mean, it's the Cassandra thing. Like, it's the, you know, it's the, they know too much. People seem kind of afraid of them for a lot of this. It's like X-Men, mutants. Like in the comics, like, you know, like,
Yeah.
she's like, you know, like in the comics that they either people that a lot of people know about them, but either people are scared of them or like they don't know what they can do, so they can't trust them and they want to keep them in a certain like place. And it's just, I don't know, when I'm reading about this stuff, like, you guys are some of the, not the only ones, but some of the only ones that people kind of talk about with kind of like kid gloves. So, like, I mean, doesn't that kind of explain it? I mean, people don't trust what they can't explain.
So saying there's not that many psychics because, well, the others weren't protected by lichens. And someone got scared.
I don't like to think about that, but I mean, there's definitely a witch hunt vibe that comes up, especially back in this one that I picked up. And she picks up the one that has stuff from like the 17th century. She's like, yeah, especially, I mean, there's like a couple of periods here where I feel like any number of these things, we could go on a tangent. We could spend years looking at all of this stuff.
We should leave.
What is Allison feeling right now?
Combination of sad and like that fear that you get in a dark library at night when you're by yourself. That particular, like, that kind of fear.
Yeah. Margot will, like, her right hand resting next to Allison's leg. She will like lean it over to like sort of just like tap her thigh with her knuckles. Go, you okay?
Yeah. I guess I've just never asked anyone like what it's any of this, you know?
You haven't had anybody to ask.
Now I do.
I'll have to figure it out all at once. You got a guard dog though, so you're good.
Yeah. I guess.
Hey, have a little faith. I
No,
appreciate that.
it's not that. It's just thinking about the idea of a witch hunt and the idea that there aren't many of us that I know about. So,
I mean, here's the thing about it. Like, it's pretty limited, right? Like, the possibility of, like, we already know that what you know right now, mom's only been home for a couple of weeks. We already know that what you know right now can't possibly be the whole story. So I wouldn't think about it too much. Because, like, you barely know if you've got, like, cousins floating around or something like that. Like,
I don't.
you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
second, third, fourth cousins. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Twice removed on your dad's side, distant aunts and uncles, step uncles. What I'm saying is, like, you're just getting to know your family. You don't have to search out the whole history of your kind. I don't know whether we call them species or anything like that, but
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
don't zoom out so far.
Hmm?
Stay here. I said, try not to zoom out too far. Stay here. She does this. She does this. In front of her eyes.
I will do my best.
Said you were stay with me. Stick around.
Yeah.
Just gonna close a book. And she's gonna say, hey, Ray, obviously there's no checkout policy for these. Can I leave them on this table?
Yeah, that's fine, sure.
Can I make myself, like a little, like, nook or something if you want. Make myself like a little desk area.
There's even a spare bedroom if you need to use that.
Don't tell me that. Thank you for bringing us here, telling us about this. You cannot have possibly known how big of a deal it was going to be. But
No. You have been busy.
Yeah. We should get some food. At
Shit,
home.
I'm starving.
Yeah.
I have some if you want.
Where? What is it? Do you have you did say that there was something
I
on
walked in, there was something cooking.
the slow yeah.
I'm going to say it's gumbo because it has to be gumbo.
Yes.
Sam? Don't start.
Full circle.
Yeah.
So is it vegetarian gumbo or
No.
No.
No,
Ray,
it is not.
Ray, like Danny, would have opinions.
Not to go too far down this rabbit hole we've gone down before, but last time did we bring up like vegetarian meats or like meat alternatives like Impossible sausage or
no,
things like
no,
that?
no, no,
Can
no,
that
no, no. You
count?
can't. No, that doesn't.
We
No.
didn't
it's
get
not.
that far, but the answer to your question, Phoebe,
Still no.
is no.
It's still no.
Yeah,
I'm
it still has to be
sorry.
no. Yeah, like
For you, I will make a soup.
It's a nice stew. It's a very nice stew.
Right.
I would be delighted for a good soup or stew. I was simply
Love
curious what the
my
qualifiers were.
pescatarian friends are better off than everyone else because you can simply have a seafood gumbo.
Yeah.
What you cannot have, ironically, is an impossible gumbo.
Touche.
That's not how it works.
And so, as they head up the stairs, to have an impossible gumbo.
No,
No.
no, no, they don't.
To
No, they
have
don't.
an
To have
entirely
an
impossible
impossibly-
and plausible gumbo.
To have an impossibly delicious
Yeah.
Thank you.
gumbo
Yeah.
that is full of meat,
Look,
bursting meat
Right.
and seafood.
Rafe's parents taught him a lot of things, and this is one of them.
Yep.
And
How to
hopefully,
season food.
it's a largish slow cooker. If it is, there's a slow cooker. Otherwise, Margot's gonna get there and be like, "So, is there some for everyone else, or did you have some somewhere else for the others?"
I
Or,
don't think you're allowed to make a single serve gumbo.
no, you're not. But it's Margot,
But
so
it's
like
also I can see 3 or 4 crock pots full. With,
It's like
with,
either it's going to be a lot of leftovers, or you're going to be able to maybe feed Margot.
right.
yeah, that's why we're asking if there's 2.
Yes, there's still gumbo in my freezer from the last time it was made in my home. So
There's
It freezes
also
right.
like millions or something like that.
hell yeah. So
And
they're having gumbo.
they're having gumbo, and as they do, we are going to leave that and lie in the darkest self.
Fuck.
No, not fucking.
No fucking.
Obviously
Rely
not.
at present.
Not for lie at present.
Not at the moment.
For other
We will-
folks, sure, but not for lie.
We're gonna leave them at the consumption of food.
We're gonna leave them and then do where are we going? I'm so confused.
Well, they're eating food, but they're eating it in the late afternoon. Lai is eating food, presumably, but at lunchtime. I have one question before we do. Phoebe, does Lai question where they've gone? Or no?
I think once Lai gets to lunch and they're not there, then there is like some confusion. But also, to be frank, it is Margot and Allison.
Where are they? A bathroom
Sometimes.
somewhere.
They simply are not present because they're too busy doing other things. So I think Lai doesn't follow up on it or anything. They're probably like, oh, I wonder where they are. I guess I maybe have some guesses, but like whatever. I'm just gonna eat my little lunch in my little office then, and
We don't have time to
be
break
ready
that
for
down.
class. Yeah. Sometimes it's simply easier to not ask. And I think after the chaos of English class, they're like, you know what? I'm gonna go sit alone in my office and eat my little meal
In peace?
in peace.
And so while everyone is eating in peace, and Ren and Brooke have eaten in peace, that's what we'll call it for today.
I don't know if that's peaceful, but yeah, it's a good
Peaceful.
spot
Peaceful when it's done.
for someone.
So, I'm excited.
Brooke being addicted now to Ren or to Melody, is just like, oh,
It's
this is
the-
what being bi is like.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Oh, fuck.
Like,
We need to figure out what that hunger becomes,
Okay.
because maybe it's a hunger for femme. Like maybe she just goes on like a solid. I want to say like bar crawl, but it's not a bar crawl, like a
Yeah.
leg crawl,
A cat crawl.
cat crawl.
A catwalk, if you will.
Brooke becomes a
catwalk.
certified scuba instructor. Brooke loves to go snorkeling.
Brooke
That's
loves
what Brooke
snorkeling.
discovers.
Brooke discovers she loves snorkeling, and power to her.
Margot's like, I've been saying this since season 1. It's the best. Scuba, my guy.
Could help.
Starts off with scuba, and like in like a less than a week is now doing like deep sea like trench dives.
Brooke does work fast.
Brooke
She
learns
does.
fast.
She does.
It'll be interesting to see what happens when Margot and Brooke have a chat.
It won't be interesting, is the thing.
It'll be interesting for
it'll
me.
be interesting.
It'll be interesting, especially with this newfound gay.
Oh God.
And Brooke being extra
Sometime-
hot.
Your spaghetti straight turns into a bi queen.
Sometimes they evolve. Sometimes we evolve.
And gets even hotter than they were before somehow because
We know how. We know how.
we know
Brooke is
how.
eating and her hunger is fed. So
You mentioned like the Fae having Pokemon battles before, but it turns out Melody did just evolve Brooke.
No. Brooke has evolved into Super Brooke. Fuck.
Brooke has evolved into Super Brooke. Melody is
and
happy.
in theory, this is her final evolution because we had season 1 Mundane Brooke.
Yeah, we did.
Mhm.
We had season 1 Ghoul Brooke. Now season 3,
Season
back
2
and better
Brooke
than ever. She's more
fucking
powerful.
for the team.
You know what we call that?
Season 2 Brooke did fuck for the
Fuck for the
cause.
cause,
Or
yeah.
she sucked for the cause.
She
did
sucked
not
for the
fuck
cause.
for the
Yeah,
cause.
she sucked for the cause.
She sucked for the cause.
You know what we call that?
Yeah. Maybe this is like her like new age Pokemon like Gigamaxing or whatever the fuck they do now.
Yeah, they do Gigamax.
It's whenever Brooke's hunger is fed, that's when she's like Gigantamaxed into her ultimate self.
Yes.
You know way too many of these words, Phoebe. I'm just gonna say it.
I'm a Pokemon kid through and through.
You're
What
putting
can I
yourself
tell
out
you?
there. I adore you.
I appreciate all of
I
those.
have thoughts on all the games. DM me. Let's
Hey,
talk about
I'm
it.
gonna DM
I mean,
you. just
okay,
started-
I have
just
some
started
DMs to
one,
have.
actually.
I have some DMs to be making here. And with that, we
Listen,
will.
I'm just saying, there's in one of the games, there's a ghost type Elite Four trainer who has all ghost, and her name is Phoebe. So Pokemon has my line. They said,
Pokemon
"Oh,
has
this
you."
bitch obsessed with the ghosts.
Yeah.
Put him in the game.
Put him
Put
in
him
the
in
game.
the game."
Put him in the
And they
game.
did.
Put 'em in.
I'm in
And
there.
Yeah, there you are.
I'm in the Elite Four. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you all, and good night.